said. It is on cybersecurity number you want to call it, but that's equivalent to 0.5% of all the transactions that are going to go on. So this is where the president has, remembered that the people are suffering, so he has to remove it. It's a good thing he removed it, but why is it that in other things that Nigerians are even crying the most, he's turning a blind eye? Or his people, let me not blame it on the president, his people are turning a blind eye. We have on the news this morning, we will talk about it when we get there to a paper review, but we have on the news this morning that the minister is even saying that the tariff hike, if it doesn't continue, because a lot of people are complaining, and labor unions are already picketing the offices of NEC. So the minister is saying the tariff hike must continue, because if it doesn't, then the reform plans of the present administration or that sector of the economy will be derailed. And then I saw a story yesterday as well of somebody who was who gave evidence of his friend paying power bill for up to like 45 or 47 million naira per month. What kind of industry are you running that you will pay that amount of money? How much will be left for you to pay your workers? How much will be left for you to maintain the infrastructure and everything, because you're paying that just because you have constant power, maybe 20 hours of power. So why would I pay 45 million naira a month when I can have alternatives of solar? If that's possible, then are we heading towards the right direction? Are we pushing people to continue to make Nigeria a generator republic? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you find out that even with the high cost of fuel, it is better to run your generator at the time you like and how you like it, and the amount of money they are earning. So what are you saying? I don't know whether this policy or this tariff hike is supposed to break our necks or anything. When you get to a logjam, as it appears that we're getting into now, it means that it's time to re-strategize. It's time to explore other options. The Minister of Power cannot tell us that it is either a tariff hike or nothing else. So you can't think of something else that can be done, at least in the interim, to make sure that gradually you're getting the money that you're supposed to get in that sector and do the reforms that you're going to do. It has to be that. So you didn't think about anything. What happened to a word like brainstorming? Brainstorming means that you bring so many ideas to the table and choose the best. If the best doesn't work, then the second best will work, and the third best, like that. So you don't have a second best. Nigerians will not be happy to hear that from you all the time, that this is the only thing I can think about. There's always another thing you can think about. Well, that's how much we can take on the top trending. There's so many things that we could have talked about, but let us take a breather, look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be looking at some of the headlines. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by just 18 million out of school girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tip, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, let me go make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well, I love book well, and I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Glad you could stay with us. It's time now to go to the press and look at what the headlines are saying. And we're being joined by Mr. Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner here in Lagos State. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Kolawole.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
You had a great night.
Yes, we did. I did have a great night, funny enough. Okay, so we're starting with the Business NG this morning, and the headline, or the major headline is Naira instability to persist in incoming months. That is according to analysts. Naira instability to persist in coming months. We know that the Naira got down to like 1,200. Now it's back to 1,005 and above. And we don't know what it will be tomorrow or what it will be next week. So here analysts are telling us that it will persist for a few months.
You and I have discussed this before. My take is that you don't need to be an economist or a soothsayer to be able to predict that the Naira will witness more instability and devaluation in the next coming. The analysts are predicting 6 months. I would rather predict 1 or 2 years. If the economic indices that we have in our hands today is anything to go by, like I have always emphasized, what determines the value of a country's currency is its productive profit. It is what you produce and what you sell on the international market that will determine the value of your currency. In the case of Nigeria, what are we producing? We merely dig in crude oil, petroleum, and sell it at the international market. And unfortunately for us, the world is switching to alternative energy. They no longer require our petroleum as much as they used to do. So we cannot even rely on that. Other areas of our economic activities, mining, agriculture, manufacturing, all of those ones are comatose. Whereas we are not making money as much as we should be making, either locally or internationally and another. Our consumption, our spending habits as a nation, as individuals, hasn't changed. Rather, we continue to amass and continue to cultivate even more sophisticated taste for foreign goods and services. And as long as this continues, we should expect that the value of the Naira will continue to plummet until we're able to do something about some of this. Get the Nigerian economy back to work, get the manufacturers to get back to the factories to continue, to begin to produce, and not them leaving the country in droves as they have been living now. So long as those manufacturers are leaving the country, and then you are not selling as much petroleum products or crude oil as you expect, the Naira will continue to nosedive. Remember last week, there was this story that we reviewed in which Nigeria is even begging some international businessmen to come and take 70 oil blocks, to come and invest in 70 oil blocks in Nigeria. In the past, before the oil blocks are even mapped out, people are already struggling, people are already making moves to buy all those oil blocks. Now we are begging them to come and buy all those blocks. And again, there's another contradiction in that area. Contradiction in the sense that Nigeria in the past said they want Nigerian businessmen to begin to invest in those oil blocks and all that. So are we changing the pattern? That is the essence of their so-called petroleum industry group. That the Nigerian people would be handed over the command height of the petroleum sector. If we are now begging international businessmen, in spite of the PIB petroleum industry group, to come and start taking some blocks in Nigeria, that means there is a kind of contradiction between the petroleum industry group and also what we are offering the international community with regard to the 70 blocks that we program now.
Okay. Federal government to negotiate with labor over electricity tariff hike. You know, this has been a problem, and the labor is picketing the offices of Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission in major cities of the country. And then the minister is making some pronouncements that are really annoying to a lot of Nigerians. You either accept it or you stay in darkness, or that if this price hike is not accepted, then it will derail the reform plans of the present administration and all that. It seems like he has only one idea when it comes to reforms in that sector. So they are to negotiate with Labour. I wonder what the outcome will be.
There's nothing wrong with negotiating with Labour over the tariff. Tariff, but you see, most times we usually put the cart before the horse. These negotiations should have taken place before you increase the tariff. When you look at the rank and file of labor leaders in the country today, they are all mostly well educated. Some of them even try going as far as Cambridge and Harvard to study. So when things are put on the table, these are things that they can compare, these are things that they can understand. If you explain to them the nitty-gritty or give justifications and then you're able to convince them as regards why you must increase this electricity tariff and all that, I am sure if you have a potent reason for doing that, Labour might not be opposed. But the issue of you increasing force and saying you now want to negotiate with Labour, like I earlier on said, is like putting the cart before the horse. Again, there would appear to be a contradiction in what the federal government wants to do now with Labour and what the Minister of Power is saying. Adelabu is saying that if Nigeria wants to continue to enjoy electricity, then they must be ready to pay more. And if they are not ready to pay more, they cannot guarantee electricity supply to Nigerian people and more. So where do we go from there? The government says it wants to negotiate, maybe for a downward review. Labour wants a downward review. The minister in charge of the sector is saying, look, except to accept these increases and all that, I cannot guarantee that you continue to have power supply in the country. There's no way we look at it and all that. The federal government and even the state government have been revving up all manners of taxes on the Nigerian people, not minding whether they have the capacity to pay these taxes or not, because this electricity tariff increase and all that is another taxes and levies that have been imposed on Nigerian people. So, whichever way you look at it, inflation is spiraling and all that. People's purchasing power is dwindling. Minimum wages are not being increased at a rate in which it will meet the inflation in the country. And not only that, we have also increased the the prices of petrol and diesel. Gas is also going up. Food item prices are skyrocketing on a daily basis and all that. These are bad signs for the average Nigerian person. Honestly speaking, knowing the importance that electricity plays in the life of the ordinary person and then the industry, these are not the time to start revving up, to start imposing another tax or levy on them in the area of electricity. I would rather want to see a situation in which some of these things will be done in cases so as to make life comfortable for the average Nigerian people. The people are already pushed to the wall. I hope the federal government will not wait until they begin to click or react in a violent manner before they do what is right.
Well, this other headline is almost in all newspapers, and it reads, President VP to pay airport tolls now. That's in Business Nigeria NG. But in The Guardian, it says, Tinubu, Shettima, others to pay access fee at toll gates henceforth. This new policy, what do you think about it? They said airport access, now they're saying toll gate. I don't know whether it's the toll gate for the airport only or every toll gate, which eventually they don't even use.
When the presidency, any part of the presidency are going to places and all that, they will usually take money for fueling their cars, for paying for some other services and all that. So there is nothing wrong. If they also begin to pay for toll gates and also pay at the airport for the facilities that they use over there. And when you look at it, the large convoy that these government officials usually travel by, the presidency, the vice president, even the ministers and all that. Sometimes you will have a convoy of about 50 cars and all that. All of them passing through the toll gate or using the airport without paying for the facilities or for the services over there. I don't think that is ideal enough. I welcome the development, and that is even coming from the presidency. I think it's a praiseworthy, is something that we should really commend.
So if the president is passing from Lekki to Ajah with his convoy, all of them will stop at the toll gate and pay? Interesting.
That's the way it should be. Supposed to say, I know you just say involved for all those vehicles and what have you. I don't think that should be difficult to sort out. I know the fear is that if about 3 vehicles have to pass by the park at the toll gate to pay for ticketing or to buy tickets and what have you, that may lead to very mammoth go-slow hold-up or disrupt traffic along those lines. It's a thing that we can tidy up. I don't think we should have no fear, too much fear about that. Like I said, just the protocol officer can just stay behind and pay for all the 50 vehicles, while the other one will pass through the toll gate on that, so as not to cause a hold-up.
Okay. The biggest headline on the Guardian newspaper is illegal mining. Nigeria's $1.8 billion gold reserves mined into private pockets.
Nigeria is sitting on tremendous wealth in that area. There is basically virtually all the very, very expensive and high in demand minerals that you don't find in Nigeria. But the unfortunate thing is that we have not organized, formalized the mining, processing and export of those minerals. Whether it is a few individuals that are digging up the gold, lithium, topaz and what have you. Even marble. You know, even marble, it is individuals that are digging it up and selling it and then pocketing the money. Thank God, certainly even said it that we don't want to see the kind of anarchy that we have continued to see in the petroleum sector. In which there are all manners of illegal refineries all over the place. For which people lay their own pipes and connect it to the ships on the ocean to take whatever quantity of oil that they want to take and all that. If the mining sector should go in that direction and all that, then the country will be doing very, very big mess in that way. And you and I didn't know the position that we are seeing in the oil sector is just a tip of the iceberg. The solid minerals have potential to pollute the environment far, far higher, far, far more than the petroleum sector. And that is the reason why we should ensure that this anarchy that is just in the mining sector is quickly caught, and that area is formalized and organized. And then the country and individual begin to benefit the way and manner they can benefit for the health of the nation and for the health of the individual.
Yes, I've always thought that if oil can be mined and the resources and the money used for the development of the entire Nigeria, solid minerals should also be in that category, and we all use our money. But if it is not like that, then it feels like it is a great disservice to the people of the South and Southeast and even Southwest, those people that can produce oil in their states. So we produce. Fubara hits harder, says Rivers battling huge debts left behind by Wike. The drama continues in Rivers State. The governor is now taking a stance and saying that he's going to set up a panel of inquiry to audit the accounts of the state in the previous administration. And this is coming as a surprise for someone who accepted to implement the entire agreement with the president over the issues in Rivers State. Now, there is problem. Like he said, let me borrow his words that he borrowed from the streets. He said, jungle don't mature. So now the jungle is mature, and this is what he's doing. He's going to probe the administration of Nyesom Wike, and he has revealed that a lot of things went wrong, and even the contracts to the projects that have been commissioned by Wike already were not fully paid for, and the contractors have come back demanding the balance for all this. What do you think about the drama in Rivers State?
It is really a drama, a kind of pantomime that is going on in Rivers State today. Honestly speaking, why the situation has gone to this level, I will not know. But the truth is this, let's say this very, very quickly, that there is no limit, there is no time back as to when criminal activities can be investigated and also prosecuted. If Governor Fubara is just waking up to the reality that his predecessors has committed some infractions and others that is required to be revisited, the law is on the side. There's no way he can be stopped and all that. The law will find for him. He can actually do that. But again, too, people might be asking, Is this not being vindictive? Is this not an afterthought? Is this because you now have an issue with this man? That is why you now realize or you now say you want to investigate him. It becomes a very serious moral dilemma for the government. Also, don't forget, I think Governor Fubara was, I think, either chief of staff or the minister or the commissioner for finance or thereabout. So, if Fubara was commissioner for finance or chief of staff during Governor Wike's governorship in Rivers State, how will the Fubara be able to extricate himself from whatever findings the panel might be setting up might come up with? I hope this doesn't turn out to become a case of the pot calling the kettle black. This is a political issue they have in their hands. They shouldn't allow vindictiveness or afterthought to now creep in and then declare the offense of judgment. But like I said, ordinarily, the law is on the side of the government. That if infractions have been committed, or if finances of Rivers State have not been properly managed by its predecessors, if we investigate it, and also take appropriate steps in terms of prosecution. But we will be confronted with very, very serious, very, very high moral dilemma as regards the propriety of his action. If he has been commissioner of finance, if he has been chief of staff, if it is not that he has differences with the former governor, that he now realized that he requires to probe the activities of the governor, of the former governor, how he managed the finances of Rivers State, and the debt that the incumbent governor has said have accumulated during the 8 years of Governor Wike.
Well, before we move away from the Guardian newspaper, there's this headline: Nigeria considers compulsory installation of CNG pumps at fuel stations. You remember that the president has said that all ministries that want to buy cars should buy cars that will run on CNG and not fuel. I don't know whether that is a good pronouncement, a good policy. I was expecting a pronouncement like, hey, if you want to buy a car, make sure you buy a made in Nigeria car, because it's not that it is not durable, it's just that it doesn't have the same kind of name that other brands from other countries have. So, but now he's saying it has to be gas. That means if it is possible for him, every car in Nigeria will run on gas. I don't know what your own take is on this.
Well, that is not possible. Even for the advanced countries of the world, France, Germany, United States, Russia, and all that. And not many of their cars are running on gas. Rather, most of them run fossil fuel, that is petroleum products. And then the other one are coming as electric car. But when you really look at it, I'm not too sure that with time, but when all the cars now begin to run on gas, the prices of gas will also not go up and then begin to compete with the prices of petroleum products in the market. I would rather want to see a mix of all these things. Whoever feels that he can manage a gas-powered car, let him invest in it. Whoever feels he can manage an electric car, let them invest in it. Whoever feels that it is a petroleum car that you want to buy, let them invest in it. A mix of all those things will even be more healthy for the Nigerian economy, rather than the kind of mono-trading policy that the presidency is recommending. We should not allow the challenges of the present moment to kind of make us take decisions that will affect us in the nearest future. I'm not aware of any country in the world where government will make a law or give a directive as regards the kind of energy that should service people's car. All these things will depend on individuals' earning power, their taste, comfortability, and of course also safety. There must be safety consideration for some of these things, and of course too, maintenance costs.
Okay.
If for public vehicles, we could, that kind of directive or that kind of order can be given that way. Maybe all federal government vehicles should run on gas to reduce cost. Maybe all public transport vehicles should run on gas to reduce cost. But to insist that even individuals or to recommend that individuals should all power their car with gas may not be feasible. And look at it, what is the quantity of gas that Nigeria is even producing? Our gas supply in this country of production is epileptic. We might not be able to produce enough gas to service or to power all the cars in Nigeria. If all cars in Nigeria now begin to run on gas.
Okay.
That might create some other new challenges.
I think so too. On the Nation newspaper, we also have it on the Guardian, but on the Nation newspaper, Speaker lashes minister for opposing plan to marry off 100 girls. On the Guardian, it was minister goes to court, petitions IGP over mass wedding for 100 orphaned girls. Remember, one senator said as a constituency project, even though he's denying it now, that it is just a help he's giving, as a constituency project, he's going to marry off 100 orphaned girls. So that is what he was going to do and sponsor the wedding. So the Minister of Women Affairs went to court and said that is not supposed to happen. People are suffering, and then the solution, according to him, because they are so impoverished, is to marry them off.
When I read that story, honestly speaking, I find this funny. I also kind of most of them are all underage girls and all that. And the law in Nigeria is very clear that you cannot begin to farm out underage girls or throw them into marriage just because you want to wife, just because you think that may be a solution to their poverty. Who says that even the men that they might be marrying himself is not struggling with poverty? Because this is the orphans, underprivileged people. I'm not too sure that the rich people, the comfortable people in the society will go for such a person. And then you ask yourself, is that the best solution to the challenges that these girls are facing? The answer is no. We could send these girls to school. We could send them to school. We could send them to trade center to go and learn trade. And all that. We could give them money to begin businesses, to run petty businesses and all that, so as to elevate their poverty. I am not sure, and I don't think so, that what the minister, what the speaker is recommending, or what he has planned to do, is the solution to solving the problem of poverty of these girls. We must commend the Minister for Women Affairs for finding up to this attempt to farm out these girls into marriage without thinking about the implications it will have in their life. And this is not the first time the minister is doing this. I have seen her stand up to some of these malfeasances that have been done in some other areas, like people being raped, like people being tortured, domestic servants being tortured by their mistresses and by their mothers and all that. I want to appeal to the minister to continue to keep it up. To continue to keep it up in all areas of our lives. Child abuse is a very, very serious matter in the society, and it is prevalent. We will find ways and means to really curb it, if not totally wipe it out or reduce it drastically, so that our children can begin to live and grow in a better society.
Okay. Well, it's a good place to drop it at this moment. We'd like to thank you, Mr. Tunde Kolawole, for coming on the show this morning.
Thanks for having me. You have a lovely day and see you next Wednesday. God willing.
Yes, so have a wonderful day at court and everywhere else. We've been talking to Mr. Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner here in Lagos State, and x-raying some of the headlines on our national dailies. We'll now take a breather, and when we return, we'll be looking at our hot topic, which is on the NMA. Doctors do not need, according to the court, to belong to NMA. Stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized this was what my passion was. After I completed my master's in the UK, I knew I wanted to come back to my country. I knew I wanted to come and work for conservation in Nigeria and nowhere else. Before WCS took over managing the ranger activity, about 10 to 20 elephant carcasses were recorded, killed by poachers annually. Rangers were not properly trained, they were not armed, so one ranger with a firearm in a team and the others would have cutlasses and sticks. That made the hunters more confident. I experienced poaching, I think, my first day in Yankari.
It was almost fading, only the name was existing, but the actual reserve was just a shadow of itself. Poaching generally is a very big problem for us in Yankari.
I realized there was lots of grievances from the surrounding communities. Sometimes they would send huge complaints and huge threats that they would kill elephants because elephants have gone out to destroy their farms, destroy their crops.
A duk gaba ɗaya jakure su, amma da kai dai mai gona zai kore kayansa ko yana damuwansa da kuma lokacin ma mutane ba su da yawa, ba su yi gonakai da yawa a kusa dajin kamar yanzu ba.
We believe a couple of elephants were killed in the past because of the problems with crop raiding. Then I got the opportunity to do the CLP program with WCS Nigeria. It has a very good collection of very passionate people working for the same cause, and it's been a very great experience for me.
Before Nacha came, we didn't have any conservation outfit per se. But when he came, he put things in order, he put the rangers in proper perspective.
Working with Yankari Rangers has been really a great experience for me. It took me a while when I took over to understand them. So I got closer to them, spent more time with them, visited them in their homes, ate the same food with them, brought them so close that I was able to understand what are some of their needs, what are their problems. So when we took over, we were able to work with our partners, get them some firearms, some ammunition, uniforms, boots, kit bags.
My boss is a moral man. Enjoy staying with him and enjoy working with him.
Over time, the number of elephant carcasses went down, the number of patrols increased, and we can see poaching going down. I identified the 6 communities that were most affected by elephant crop raiding. I went around and had meetings with the chiefs and told them about the initiative, and I told them we have funding to have 2 people from their communities who would work with us as elephant guardians. So we trained those people on safe and effective ways to chase elephants away from the farm. Yankari has the last viable elephant population in Nigeria. The last elephant carcass we recorded in Yankari was in 2015 in May.
Yankari Game Reserve is an endowment given to us by God, and we are trying to protect it and preserve it. The glory is coming back, and this will be attributed seriously to Nacha's foresight and dedication.
I look at the Rangers sometimes, the success stories we have, it's one of the driving force I have that keeps me going. I said, if in such a small time we've touched this number of lives and we've made these changes, then I cannot give up. It's something that is so dear to me. It's something that I've sacrificed my life, I've sacrificed so much for.
Naja is Yankari and Yankari is Naja.
Ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí mo ṣe mechanic wà ńbẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń tú bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mo ohun mi mo ṣe decide pé okay nǹkan tí man ń ṣe yìí màá try láti máa ṣe mo explain for ọ̀gá mi pé this is what I want to do pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa fún mi láyè pé tó bá ti di ìrọ̀lẹ́ màá lọ sí school Prendala College fún theory for theoretical aspect so màá lè máa ṣe practical níta ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀ allow mi so tí n bá ti kó níbi iṣẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi 4 so màá lọ sí school so àǹfààní yẹn mo rí pé ó really help me gan pé àti bí mo ṣe máa approach customer and sin ó máa yàtọ̀ sí bí mo ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi báwọn ọ̀gá mi ṣe approach customer bí mo ṣe máa approach wọn sin there is a difference and the way mo ṣe máa handle iṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ náà fún àwọn tó máa sọ pé tíyẹn bá ṣe kàwé pé kò lè dèèyàn tíyẹn bá ti kàwé yẹn kì í ṣe excuse pé èèyàn ò lè make ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó kàwé yẹn ó kù sí ohun gangan fúnra ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láti make up mind ẹ̀ tíyẹn bá ti kàwé sí èèyàn pé kò lè jẹ́ èèyàn kò lè ṣe nǹkan no it's not like that.
I see this work as my ladder of progress. I see it as something that if I am serious about it, I'm going to make it in life. I am very proud of this work because it's a work of an idea. It's an idea work. It's a work that you can boast of. Maybe when you fix a car and it's work fine, you are good to go. I see it as a very fantastic job. In the nearest future, I want to be a very great man and how to mingle with people. I like music, I want to be a musician, but at least I need something like handwork to help me, and at the same time I want to have my own mechanical company that I will be in charge, and that's all. My very advice for those that are not in school, go and sit down and think of the kind of vocational work that you can learn that you will gain from. So they have to sit down, think of what to do. If you can't learn handwork, go for something creative, create something and sell out, do business and make money. Before you know, you make it in life. Instead of roaming around with friends or wasting your time.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishido Lawal. I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long-lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many skin, many face shapes. It slims the face. It gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit, and of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
Thanks for staying with us. It's time now to x-ray our hot topic for the day. And it is that High Court has ruled that membership of NMA is not compulsory for physicians. Our guest this morning is Dr. Nura Umar, Chairman, Young Doctors Forum of Nigeria Medical Association. Good morning and welcome to the program, Dr. Umar.
Good morning.
Okay. You are the Chairman, Young Doctors Forum of Nigeria Medical Association, that is NMA. And now the courts are saying that it's not compulsory for someone to be a member of NMA. I'd like your take on this ruling.
Good morning. Let me just start by correcting some of the way you introduced me. We just had an election 2 days ago.
Oh.
And the executives have been dissolved. So my status now is past chairman of the Young Doctors Affairs until another committees are reconstituted. Okay. I remain a past chairman of the Young Doctors Affairs of the Nigeria Medical Association. Taking the question that you just put in place, that membership of the Nigerian Medical Association is not compulsory. This is what the court says, and the court is superior to any other association. So whatever the criteria, where each and every medical doctor in Nigeria practicing has to register annually for him to get a valid license that legitimizes his participation as a medical doctor anywhere in Nigeria. So every doctor in by January 1st of every year that doesn't have a valid license, it means he is not a registered medical practitioner in Nigeria, because that body legally and by an act that set the body is saddled with the responsibility of regulating medical practice in Nigeria. So that is what gives us legitimacy and validity. As per Nigerian Medical Association, is not an association that its membership is mandatory. However, for every doctor to pay that annual license, it means he has an attachment to the Nigerian Medical Association, whether directly or indirectly. But if a doctor, if the court make a pronouncement that membership is not compulsory, that means each and every one of us has the right to join or not to join the Nigerian Medical Association. Then if it is, the interpretation is based on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I think there is no problem about that. But we have an association that has a legal arm, and there are other things that also need to be factored into, which I believe the Nigerian Medical Association will take it moving forward to ensure that the legitimacy or otherwise of such pronouncement is taken into consideration.
Walk us through the advantages of being a member of the NMA in the first place, because whether it is ruled that you don't have to be a member or not, we need to know why it is important in the first place to join it, even though that's not the council that you must have for your certificate.
Our rights and privileges. We are all civil servants like any other person that work for the government, be it at local government, state government, or federal government. There are some rights that are intricately linked with the way we practice in the country. And some of those rights has to do with welfare, remuneration issue. As doctors, we are all faced with a lot of litigation now and then. And there are a lot of things that an individual stand to benefit from the association. For instance, when an individual finds himself in any legal quagmire, the association can stand for him. 2, when issues has to do with his take-home pay, and there is any form of victimization, the association stands for you. 3, the association also gives you a leeway to cooperate and engage other bodies that you may need for either your career progression or for any things that matters. So the benefit of joining an association like Nigerian Medical Association for Medical Doctors is numerous. And another benefit that we do have is the association is your closest link to the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, which is a statutory body that is aimed to regulate medical practice. So there are a lot of benefits that an individual stands to gain if he is part of the association.
So apart from certification, what does the council, the medical council, do for members, for doctors generally? Because if all these functions are done by the association, what does the council do? Just give certificates and forget about the doctors until 1st of January? Because if they have a problem, the doctors have a problem, if it has to be NMA that is solving it, it means that the council is not solving it. If there's something about remuneration that you were talking about, and NMA has to solve it, it means that the council is not solving it. So what do they do, apart from giving certificates and collecting the money every January?
The council does more than that. Issue of disciplinary within the profession is always handled by the council. There are issues of quackery that has bedeviled this country is always dealt by the council. And there are other regulations and legal matters that the council handle. We need to look at the composition of the council. The council is not about the chairman and the registrar or other staffs that handle day-to-day affairs of the council. Each state is represented by its own medical directors or director of hospital services, which are representative of that state. So when you look at the composition of the sample, it's like this is a body that regulates. This council also regulates traditional practice, if I can use that word, within the country. And there are issues of consumables and things that come into the country. It is also the responsibility of the council to look into how these things are being utilized within the confinement of the hospital or otherwise. So it has gone beyond just giving license. It has a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, there's the responsibility, sure that the doctors are qualified, making sure that they are not quacks and all that, making sure that whatever is coming into the country, you know, they have a hand in it, and making sure it is the original one, an authentic one, and all that. But when it comes to welfare, I didn't hear much of it. I didn't think I understood much of it from the council itself. So if now it seems as if the NMA's wings have been clipped to some extent, I don't know whether that is what is happening or not. What will now become the fate of NMA? Is it that it's going to be less effective or less strong? I don't know the words to use. But how will this ruling affect NMA and its operations?
Okay, when we juxtapose the two bodies, MDCN and Nigerian Medical Association, it is clear the association that deals with the welfare is the Nigerian Medical Association, not the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. This one has to be.
Yeah.
Could the benefit that our members stand to gain is, in this era when doctors live in droves for greener pasture elsewhere, it is the council that gives them a certification of good standing. And Nigerian Medical Association has its own representative. I can tell you that the bulk of that council is Nigerian Medical Association members. So going forward now, if you're talking about the wing of the enemy has been clipped, I don't believe it is so. Association should not be forced on anybody. That we have to know, because it is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that gives everybody the right to associate and when not to associate if he chose to do so. So, as I said, these are legal issues, and we have a legal team that I believe our leaders in the Nigerian Medical Association will take it head on and do what is necessary in order to protect its members. And when you look at it, if association is voluntary, it does not mean that all members of the Nigerian Medical Association have decided to leave the association. That is not the case. And when you look at even the so-called saying that is voluntary, the question to us is it now, is the government encouraging or is the government pushing people not to pay the mandatory annual practicing license for them to be certified and to be eligible to practice? This is a legal question that needs to be answered. Because if you don't have that license, you are not supposed to practice in the country. So what is the condition of that? Only the law can define that. And what says that is also the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that said the regulatory body that by 1st January, if you do not have a practicing license, you are not supposed to practice in the country. So there are a lot of legal issues that need to be sorted out. And I believe the right people will do what is needed with respect to the membership. But I agree with you. If the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria said that association should be voluntary, then so should it be, because we are citizens of the country, law-abiding as well. But then legal issues always is subjected to a lot of interpretation. The judge that gives you a positive verdict will tomorrow give you a counter verdict, or another judge will look at it from a different perspective and give you an opposite verdict.
Is there any hope that the NMA is going to fight these in some way, or are you just going to take it lying down?
Abide by it. So it is not for me to say what the association will do, because the association has to look into the content of that judgment and do what is necessary. But this is not the first time that the association is being taken to court. And therefore, I believe that they will do what is necessary for us doctors in Nigeria.
By way of information, are there the same people who belong to the council, who are registered by the council, that belong to NMA, or who are the NMA members and who are the council members, so to speak?
Okay. If I can answer your question directly, all council members are NMA members, but not all NMA members are council members. As I said, the composition of the council...
Are you putting that... Say that again, because it's kind of confusing.
I said all council members are members of the Nigerian Medical Association, but not all NMA members, that's Nigerian Medical Association, are council members.
Okay, let me hear how you will explain that.
Okay. Now, for instance, you are a journalist. There is a regulatory body that regulates the practice of journalism. I want to believe that it's the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, if I am right.
Yeah.
Okay. Are all journalists members of Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation?
No.
But all members of Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation should be journalists.
I don't know how that works, because the people who work in that ministry may not all be journalists. But Okay. Why the confusion is that I thought maybe the NMA consists of only medical doctors, while the council registers people, medical doctors, dentists, nurses, and all those people. So which means you can be recognized by the council, but you do not belong to NMA because you're not a doctor. That's what I was thinking. But when you said it, it became like
the other way around. The council regulates medical practice within the country and is precisely and specifically for doctors.
Nothing like nurses. Is there another one for nurses?
The nurses have their own regulatory body, which is equivalent to Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria.
Beautiful.
The physiotherapists have their own. The pharmacists have their own council, which is a statutory body set by the government to regulate practice of that profession.
So now, how does someone belong to NMA and not belong to the council? Because it is the council that will make you an authentic person to practice medicine in the country. So how can you affiliate with NMA and not affiliate with the council which gives you the license?
Okay, when you look at the way medical practice is done in this country, so once you have that license, then you are eligible to practice in the country.
Yes.
Let us go. So that makes everybody attached or affiliate to the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria.
Beautiful.
Well, being a member of the Nigerian Medical Association, you must be a certified. And when I say certified, meaning certified by the council, which is the regulatory body, to practice in Nigeria.
Yeah.
That is, you must have that license before you become a member of the Nigerian Medical Association. Because it's compulsory. If you do not have it, you are not a member of the Nigerian Medical Association.
Yeah, that's why I was getting it confused, because you said you can belong to NMA and not be affiliated to the council. So I was saying you must have the license before you can be NMA. How can you be part of the NMA and not be recognized by the council? So there was a little mix-up there. That's why I got confused.
No problem. Let me just use another analogy, even if it is not going to be correct. The judges. Nigerian Judicial Commission, I want to believe, though it may not be the regulatory body for doctors, for lawyers rather, let me just use it as an example.
The Judicial Council, yes.
Yeah, all members of Nigerian Judicial Commission are lawyers, right?
They should be.
Should be, yeah, they should be.
I'm not in
and
that.
Then there is also Nigerian Bar Association.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to presume, though it's not every every judge that is called, every lawyer that is called to bar, but we want to believe all those that were called to bar should be members of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Bar Association, just like the NMA.
Yes, but is it everybody that is member of Nigerian Judicial Commission or Council rather?
Oh, it's not. Okay, the question was not whether they were members of that council. The question was whether they were affiliated to that council, like they must answer to that council. You may not need to be a JAMB official before you can write JAMB. So, but is it a prerequisite for entering university? That's what I was saying. So can you belong to NMA as a member of an association and not be recognized by the medical council? That was what I was asking. So I see where the confusion came now. When you were answering the question. All doctors must not constitute the body that is the council. I understand that now. I understand what you were talking about.
Okay. To answer your question, it's practically impossible.
Yeah.
Why do I say it's practically impossible for that to happen? How can you call yourself a doctor when you do not have a license?
A license.
What gives you the legitimacy?
Okay, now that we understand all that, what do you do to fight this quackery that you've been talking about, as an association, beyond what the council does to make sure that they weed out the people who are not qualified? What does the NMA itself do to make sure they hold their people to account for any action that they take and all the things that they need to do as
do their best and they work hard to make sure that they fish out all those quacks within the profession. And it might not have gotten into the news, but there are a lot of successes recorded even recently in some places that individuals that were quacked masquerading as medical doctors were brought to the law, and they are still facing the consequences of their action. And the association has done very, very well in order to curb that menace to protect the society. That is on one aspect. But it is not the responsibility of the association to prosecute or bring legal proceeding for those quacks. If you are a quack, well established, the MDCN will come into it, prove it that you are not a doctor, and then the law can take its course. But then if we are talking anywhere, that is what the law of the country says. So now you can understand how the Medical and Dental Council interface with the Nigerian Medical Association in order to protect the society. And our membership are all medical doctors, holders of degree of MBBS or dental surgery practicing in Nigeria. That's what constitutes the membership of the Nigerian Medical Association.
Now, the fear of quackery is supposed to be felt more by the people who are not doctors. For instance, if I come from a village and somebody comes to my village to establish a clinic, a lot of times villagers will just applaud the person, oh, development has come to my village. But the critical thing is, how do people get to know who is an authentic medical doctor that has the license to do this or not? Because it is possible that that document could be forged in any way. You come with a certificate and we begin to see. Already we had a recent case in Ikorodu, I think, where somebody who did not even go to university was an assistant to a doctor somewhere and then established his own clinic, and he had successfully done surgeries, including C-section. He did that, and then he got caught. Not because someone died on his table, but he got caught that he forged these certificates that he had, even the degree that he had. So in the face of these kind of forgery and everything, and where can we fact check? That's the word. Where can we fact check someone to see that he is a doctor? How do we interact with NMA and see who are their members so that we can deal with them as professionals?
To give a perspective, every doctor in Nigeria has what we call a folio number, which is a unique identity that is only to that doctor. Nobody has that except that doctor. And that number is given by the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. So
the same number every year, or when you renew, they're giving you a new one?
Once you have your number, you have your number. There is registration number and then there is folio number.
So if I don't renew for 5 years, my number will still be my number. So I can flout it anywhere.
Exactly, absolutely. Your number will still be your number. But every time there is a case that involves an individual who is a doctor taken to the council, they will fact check, because we were talking about fact checking.
Yes.
If they fact check, and for instance, let me give you an example, that they fact check and discover that you have not been practicing for years. That alone, if you have not been renewing your license for years, show that there is a breach in what the professional ethics has provided for you. So you have to face disciplinary measures, particularly with the council, if such happen. This is within the profession, in order to sanitize and make sure that everybody comply with all the rules and regulations governing the practice within the country. That is on one side. Then on the other side, there are those individuals that do not even have the degree, MBBS or BDS, that masquerade as medical doctors, just as the case you pointed out. For such individuals, they are very dangerous to the society, that's one. So they have to face the full wrath of the law in conjunction with other bodies such as Nigerian Police Force and other security agencies. Because from the onset, this is somebody that is not even a member of the Nigerian Medical Association. So this is an external thing, which is different from the first
that's
one.
exactly my point. Now, the doctor went to Ikorodu. We're using this one now. The doctor went to Ikorodu community, and he must have met with the elders and said, hey, I'm a doctor, and presented all these papers. And the people were convinced. They gave him land. They gave him a space to practice. And he's been there for like 3 years, I think. Now, the problem is that if the society or the community wanted to know whether this person asking for a space to practice medicine is a real doctor or not, where do they go to? That's what I'm asking. So do they have to go to a website to find out that this person is authentic? Do they have to consult 1 or 2 offices? What do they need to do? Because if we have quacks in our community, it is the community that will identify them. Most times it's not the doctors themselves. It's the community that has to identify these people before even they allow them to practice in their community. So where do we go to?
Person is a medical doctor or not in the first. Yes, because in the when we are renewing our annual life, medical doctors that are practicing within the confinement of the state. So the surest and fastest way to raise that alarm is to go to the Nigerian Medical Association of that state. And then from there, the Nigerian Medical Association of that state know where to check the matter and how to authenticate the status of that quack, whether he's a doctor or not.
So how can the people reach the Medical Association of Nigeria? For instance, I come from a community where it takes you about 7 hours or to interact with the public, or does the NMA have a website that queries like this, questions like this can be asked? Does the NMA have offices in all local government headquarters that can be reachable to people who want to fact check? Because this is not just an alarm. This is like, okay, we accept the fact that you want to establish in our community, but give us some time. And then you use that time to find out if this person is really a doctor. I'm not raising alarm that a false doctor or quack is coming into my community. So how do people connect with this? I know we were talking about the fact that it's not compulsory to be NMA, but we are digressing a little bit to matters that are really important now that we have the opportunity. So how do we connect?
How remote community as the one you painted can access them. I can only speak for my state. I cannot speak for other states.
So what is done in your state? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, in my state, there are access road and communication system from all local government to the states with respect to interaction of medical doctors. In this era of social media, I can tell you that majority of our doctors where I'm practicing are on the social media platform, and they know how to reach the association based on some numbers that the association have or the email address or website. Talking about whether the Nigerian Medical Association have a website, sure, they do have a website. You can access it anytime, any day, anywhere. So that is for that. Anybody that has access to an internet can access the Nigerian Medical Association and deposit whatever he wants to deposit. The second aspect of it is this. Nigerian Medical Association can only raise the alarm that there is a quack, but it's not their responsibility to go and make an arrest or prosecute that individual. It's suspicious, and then from there it can be taken off.
Well, communities don't do that. If you have a pharmacy in a village, they begin to call you doctor. They don't care about anything so long as you can prescribe some paracetamol for them for their headache. You are a doctor automatically. It's just some people that would want to do due diligence if people are coming to establish in their community to make sure that the right people are the ones that are in that community. But I'd like you to just say a word to your fellow young doctors on this day that we have this opportunity. Now that this ruling has come, maybe you have something to say to them before we wrap up.
Well, the only thing that I will say is we should keep when we become better and we are well armed and equipped with the current reality that we can face the challenges of the country. So the country is ours, and we must just take all the necessary things needed to build the country via the healthcare system.
All right.
We can do it.
We can do it. We can do it. And I like the angle of patriotism. I'd like to thank you so much, not just you, but the entire doctors, that in spite of whatever is happening in Nigeria, they're still keeping fit and trying their best. And I hope that the only way out will not be to Jakpa, as we have come to know, to run away from Nigeria. I do hope that the government will do its bit and you too will do your bit. But for today, we thank you for coming on our show and sharing your thoughts with us in Nigeria. And we heard what he said on that issue. We'd like to thank you, the viewers, for staying with us till this moment. This is where we wrap it up on the show this morning. On behalf of the entire team of the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, my name is Nyamgul Adgaji. Let's do it again tomorrow. Bye for now.
We convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. At the time, women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Mom, the granddaughter of the Osibale of Modeke. Why my parents named me Festus after Chief Festus Okotiebo, the then Federal Commissioner of Finance of Nigeria. My grandfather's uncle named me Adebowale after his late mother. Debo, the short form of Adebowale, glued on me like tick on cattle since 1981, when the quest for true Africanism led me to drop Festus as fit for my certificates only. My aunts were long enough to touch the pinna of my hair at 6 years old, and I was admitted to Seventh-day Adventist Primary School, Ile-Ife. Those days were full of adventures. I remember I once scored 0 out of 3 in a difficult simple proportion test in Primary 4. I tore both sides of the exercise book thinking my failure will not be noticed. My mother counted the 20 leaves, and 2 were missing on both halves. I did the smoking monkey, cigar bo, for 2 hours without rescue. She imprinted it on my consciousness that lying leads to higher crimes, which will prevent me from being the Minister of Agriculture as I then desired. At St. John Grammar School, Ile-Ife, I had access to sporting facilities and a very big library containing so many novels. Enid Blyton's Adventure of the Famous 5 series, Tintin, Kokuba Boni, Nikata series, James Ali Chase series, Sidney Sheldon, and Robert Ludlum, Don Cornelius, and the Soul Train gave us the lyrics to our favorite songs and the dance steps, mostly American. Kool and the Gang, Everly Champion King, The Whispers, Raphael Cameron, Barry White, Gregory Isaac, UB40, George Washington Jr., and a host of others. We had a driven desire to go to disco in America and smell the fragrance of Paris. So young, naive, and suave was I. How can I forget so soon my university days and exploits in Ilorin? I joined the Kegais Club and led the Man-O-War Club as Commander-in-Chief without any negative impact on my studies. The Kegais Club took me to several institutions in Nigeria where I developed cherished bonds of friendship, which I enjoyed till today. We traversed Nigeria without fear of banditry or abduction. We created Iliad Orima at the University of Sokoto without the threats of religious fanaticism. We didn't have to fear cultists at Epoma, while Ilia Pota Pota was an irrevocable convolution of gyration. The Mother's Shrine at Poly Ibadan was a home to all. Oh, how I love the songs and the sonorous compositions. The African percussions, the shrine and its uppermost, the ensemble of voices, the staccato of guttural exclamations, the exaggerated dance steps, the palm wine, and the serenity of processions at the beginning of all gyrations fused the youth of Nigeria together. There was no race, religion, or ethnicity as we saw and embraced ourselves as members of one family. The Kegais Club experience proved to me that Nigeria could still be devoid of disunity. Since graduation from school, In 1986, I had worked in all states of Nigeria and the FCT, where I did my mandatory National Youth Service Corps. I'm shell-shocked to see the vision of a great nation as envisaged by our founding father is lost. I cannot go back to farmers in Kano can no longer attend to the soil. The Adejia Jamare River Basin is becoming idle. I cannot travel from Padongari to Sokoto at 1:30 a.m. as we used to do in 1985, when we will leave Mokwa at 12:45 a.m. to continue our journey. When will it be safe in Nigeria to go to Ilela or Maradi borders again? We rocked Mina to Zuba in 1986 at all hours of the day. Olu is now occupied by non-aligned forces. Ondo forests are becoming the death knell of the southwest. Ritualists and blood-sucking demons have taken over the land. Who stole our peace? The virtues of yesterday are buried in the bath of the nation. We can collectively resolve to make the difference and take steps towards changing the narrative. Our children, certainly, deserve a better and brighter future, not memories of the good old days. As an ardent believer in this drive, I therefore join my good friend, Sir Shemore Badejo, in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The federal government on Tuesday confirmed the suspension of 0.5% cybersecurity levy imposed recently by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The CBN had on May 6, 2024 issued a circular mandating all banks, mobile money operators and payment service providers to commence the implementation of the new cybersecurity levy. The levy was part of the Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention, etc. Amendment Act 2024, which approved that a levy amounting to 0.5%, presided over by President Bola Tinubu, which lasted for 2 days, confirmed the suspension of the cybersecurity levy.
Is it the one for cybersecurity? Levy, some form of for some form of review. It was reiterated in council yesterday. You know that today's council is a continuation of the council meeting of yesterday. So I can tell you the cyber security levy has been put on hold. It is being reviewed by government. For now, it is on hold.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has threatened to embark on another nationwide strike to protest absence of governing councils in all federal universities across the country, among other issues the government is yet to address in Abuja. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, and sought a court injunction to stop the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, from marrying off 100 orphaned girls. The Speaker recently announced plans to marry off the orphaned girls who lost their parents due to banditry attacks in the Mariga local government area as part of his constituency project on May 24. He announced that the gesture was aimed at alleviating the sufferings of the impoverished, pledging to pay the dowries of the bridegrooms and procuring materials for the mass marriage. The minister, while briefing newsmen in Abuja, described the plans as unacceptable, emphasizing that a full-scale investigation has commenced on the issue. The minister further emphasized within the Child Rights Act evidency, saying he would not grace the occasion. Sakindaji took the decision following the action of the Women Affairs Minister, Uju Ohaneye, who dragged the Speaker to court to halt the wedding. The Speaker made this known.
My election. She didn't know how I built my political career to this stage. The minister is not from the north. I will never need the minister, probably, except if one day I will contest for the president of the country. So as it is right now, I'm not threatened by the action of the minister. And whatever this press release would degenerate, that is for the minister to handle. I have told you, I'm a good Samaritan. I respect the federal government. I'm a product of this administration, and I'm APC for that matter. The minister didn't know what I've been doing for my constituent. I'm not going back. Already I have given out my support to those parents through those traditional and religious institutions. And I have told you that I'm not going to claim it back. I have wanted to grace the occasion, but now I will not. I will not reclaim whatever donations I have given. It is never from any constituency project. The minister should
decried the substantial debt burden inherited from the previous administration of Nyesom Wike, saying most of the projects commissioned in the state were not fully funded. Governor Fubara stated this during the commissioning of the Aleto Gale Ebubu Eteo.
And I can say boldly that not kobo is remaining. We've paid the contractor completely. The purpose of this is to let the world know that if there is one problem this administration has, is debt. Most of the projects that are being commissioned, they are coming for their balance payments, and it's running in millions and billions. I've said I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk because I am part of that system. But when you keep pushing me to talk, I will say it so that they will see the nyash of the fowl. But let us leave that one until when we are ready. We will also be ready. The small one we are doing now, they are not sleeping. I wonder what will happen when we do the big one.
The People's Democratic Party vanguard, Honorable Usman Saidu Calculus, accused the FCT minister of using Honorable Amawale Martins and other ex-PDP lawmakers as cannon fodder in his ill-advised fight with his successor, Governor Siminalayi Fubara. He described Wike as a saboteur working against the party. Calculus said the former governor is blinded by the financial muscle and doesn't understand the true essence of leadership. Usman therefore called on the party leadership to take decisive action and expel Wike.
Siminalayi Fubara. The recent defection of this lawmaker was not mere political maneuver. It was a betrayal of the trust bestowed upon them by the people who elected them under the PDP banner. These lawmakers, the electorate gave to the PDP, which they have sadly thrown away. We call upon
A terrorist attack on a military camp in Faskari local government area of Katsina State on Sunday. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Edward Buba, who made this confirmation on Tuesday, said the military recorded 4 casualties contrary to 5, which was earlier reported. He noted that there were 2 ambushes and that 5 soldiers in the process of defending territorial integrity of Nigeria sustained minor injuries in the second operation. The Kogi State government has announced the rescue of 6 more kidnapped students of the Confluence University of Science and Technology, COSTECH, or SARA Kogi. The State's Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Ifanwo, in a statement on Tuesday, said the fresh number of rescued students brought the number of freed students rescued to 20. He said some of the kidnappers escaped with severe injuries during a gun duel with security agents. Last Thursday, gunmen stormed the university at night and kidnapped some students studying for their upcoming exams. The state government subsequently said rescue operations by security agents commenced immediately. A suspect who tried to rob one of the banks in the Dadinkowa area of Jos South local government area of Plateau State has been apprehended. The suspect, currently in police custody, was apprehended by neighborhood vigilance when he bolted from the bank premises after the failed robbery attempt on Monday. The hooded suspect threatened to detonate a device strapped to his chest if the sum of 100 million naira was not provided him through a written document. Bank officials were reported to have engaged the suspect in a discreet discussion without attracting customers' attention. An eyewitness said the suspect, having realized that his antiques failed, ran out of the bank premises, crossed over the highway and was running away from before he was attacked and stalked by vigilance groups in the neighborhood. The spokesperson for the Plateau State Police Command, Alabo Alfred, confirmed the incident as the police commissioner is set to address journalists on the matter. From Ondo State comes the report that the State Security Network Agency, codenamed Amotekun, has paraded 45 suspects arrested for various criminal offenses across the state. Parading the suspects at the command's headquarters in Akure, the commander of the core suspected criminals that have been engaging in various criminal activities within the state. Adeleye added that the men of the Amotekun are constantly patrolling the 18 local government areas of Ondo State to forestall any breakdown of law and order.
A total of 45 suspected criminals have been arrested in the last 2 weeks. Of particular who, unfortunately, while cutting the cables, the public supply came and burnt half of his body. He was able to tell us that was arrested a couple of weeks ago, but was snapped by the gang of this same man.
Please stay with us as we now take a short commercial break.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Ovation Media Group cordially invites you to the inaugural Way Forward. Speaker, Professor Bartholomew Nnaji, former Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Date, Thursday, May 16th, 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, under the distinguished chairmanship of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. John Dramani Mahama. The Daily Momodo Leadership News Central, and also on social media platforms, YouTube, OVTV Online, Facebook, Ovation TV Live, X, Ovation Media Group, and Zoom.
Thanks for staying with us. We'll move to other parts of Africa. At least 4 people were rescued from the rubble of the collapsed building in Mathare neighborhood of Kenya's capital on Tuesday. 3 of them were critically injured, while 1 person sustained minor injuries. The Kenya Red Cross has said more people were likely to be trapped in the rubble. The building was undergoing demolition when it collapsed, the Red Cross said. The building had been recently vacated and was ordered to be demolished as it was too close to a river, according to local authorities. This was one of the buildings ordered to be vacated. 1 person died in a similar incident on the 1st of May when a 4-story building under construction collapsed in the Kairia area, Kirinyaga County. Outside Africa, Israeli tanks pushed deeper into eastern Rafah on Tuesday, reaching some residential districts of the southern border city where more than 1 million people had been sheltering and stoking fears of further civilian casualties. Israel's international allies and aid groups have repeatedly warned against a ground incursion into refugee-packed Rafah, where Israel says 4 Hamas battalions are holed up. The World Court, also known as the International Court of Justice, ICJ, said it would hold hearings on Thursday and Friday to discuss the request by South Africa seeking new emergency measures over the Rafah incursion, which Qatar says has stalled efforts to reach a ceasefire. In business news, the federal government says payment for access into airports across the country is now compulsory for all. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, Festus Keyamo, stated this while briefing State House correspondents shortly after the Federal Executive Council FEC meeting on Tuesday. The FEC meeting was adjourned on Monday, May 13, 2024 to Tuesday. According to the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, the council could not take all the memos that were to be presented by members. Keyamo said no one would be exempted paying for access into the airports, including foreign guests.
The VIPs who are supposed to have money don't pay for services, but they compel poor men to pay for services. And I said no. So I got my team together. I said, we need the backing of council to compel everybody. In fact, guess what? Our memo says, with the exception of the president and the vice president, the president overruled me. He said he and the vice president will pay. He said everybody. This has led in the past to loss of billions of naira, not millions, billions of naira annually because of this. And yet, our airport infrastructure, you know they are decaying. I am helpless. I'm looking for concessionaires. I'm looking for help for decaying infrastructure. And they will be the first to cry out, these same VIPs, why are your toilets like this? Why are your toilets smelling? Why can't you do this? Why? They are the same people, but they don't pay for the services. So if we want improved infrastructure at the airport, we must pay for services.
And finally, sports news. Quadri Aruna and Dina Meshrev reclaimed the ITTF Africa Cup title after winning the 2024 edition at BK Arena in Kigali, Rwanda. Aruna, the top seed, still fresh from his exploits at the WTT Saudi Smash, was again unstoppable with a commanding win in the final against Egypt's Mohamed El Beali. The one-sided final saw Aruna effortlessly taking down the Egyptian with 4-0 win to emerge as the new Africa Cup champion after losing the title to Egypt's Omar Asa in 2018. Like Aruna, Meshrev was at her best after coming back from 2-0 down to defeat her compatriot Miriam Ahol-Dabi 4-3 to become the new Africa Cup champion after losing the last two editions in the final. Gaji, thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy. When it comes to talking about like their sexual health, they have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's a sense of shame, there's a sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but what I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they are looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, And then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended, or we've finished, we've gotten to the... Now say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this... I've come to understand now that some people, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
It's my hero. The information and resources.
Females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're not like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patients comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa.
A point-of-sale operator said there are plans to sue the Corporate Affairs Commission (CAC) over mandatory registration requirements. On May the 6th, the CAC and financial technology fintech companies agreed to a 2-month timeline to register their agents, merchants, and individuals with the Bank of Nigeria guidelines on agent banking. Now, the president of the CAC redress Now, Sharafuddin asserted that the directive from the CAC violated the provision of the Companies and Allied Matters Act laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, which explicitly states that the Commission has TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back now. The National Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, has revealed plans to crack down on illegal and unauthorized point-of-sale terminal operations, marking a shift from the usual approach. Now, Sharafuddin Fasasiatonda, the national president of AMBAN, made this known while introducing the Agent Joint Task Force, which aims to monitor POS activities and prevent fraudulent behavior. Details now. Due to the escalating insecurity in the country, point-of-sale terminal operators are helping organizations to transfer funds and carry out fraudulent transactions. In response to public outcry regarding illegal activities involving POS operators and some officers, the Nigeria Police Force recently strengthened its prohibition on using POS terminals and other electronic financial devices in formations nationwide.
In the year 2022, FinTech broke that record as the largest industry that attracted the largest dollars.
As involved stakeholders, the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, is actively working with security.
We have distributed that, and part of our agenda is to work with the police, the civil defense, the EFCC, the CBN, the necessary agencies, including the National Rotation Agency, to make sure that we carry the message to the necessary quarters and make sure that we sanitize the industry. If you listen to what Mr. President said during the time he made the remark, he talked about informing agents and educating them. So that is the need for the CIBN certification project that is ongoing. Then he equally talked about collaboration with all the necessary agencies which I have mentioned.
And when it comes to the area of fraudulent and sharp practices with POS agents and some of these mobile money agents, we quickly respond by doing a preliminary investigation that now takes us into the total investigation that makes us to nip these criminals in the bud, bring them to book, and also hand them over to appropriate and authorized agency of government who now deals with them, prosecutes them through the laws, and eventually maybe gets conviction for them. And it's also an opportunity for us to stamp out financial and economic crimes out of our community.
After the inauguration, the task force begins working diligently at the Balinde bus stop. They conduct an on-the-spot inspection to confirm the adherence of POS operators in the vicinity. Sharafuddin Fasasiatonda is a national president of AMBAN. He expresses concern over the extent of violations.
And we are here with the security agents, and out of the spot checks that we have done, none of them actually has anything compliance in line with CBN regulations. And a lot of them, they don't even have letter of authorization from their financial institutions. And we can also see that they are operating not under a conducive atmosphere. No physical location are stipulated by banking regulation, agent banking regulation. And we are here not to enforce, we are here to start awareness.
He explains the next steps while also discussing methods to achieve successful financial inclusion.
We have referred them to go and read about agency banking regulations of the Central Bank of Nigeria and go and look at requirement to be an agent and under which environment should an agent be operating. Look at them now, they don't have logbook, no record.
AMBAN is encouraging its members to view security as a joint effort, advising them to take a more active role and report dishonest and fraudulent individuals operating in the system. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos. All right, welcome back from that report. Let's continue with our main discussion now. The Registrar General of the CAC, Hussaini Magaji, revealed in a statement released by the Commission that the recent development involved reaching an agreement with the POS operators following a meeting in Abuja. He emphasized that the registration process aligns with legal requirements and the directives of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Magaji clarified that the registration timeline was not aimed at specific groups or individuals, but rather focused on safeguarding businesses. He highlighted that the initiative is supported by Section 863, subsection 1 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act, KAMA, of 2020, as well as the 2013 CBN Guidelines on Agent Banking. So right now, I am being joined by the Vice President of the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria, AMBAN, Dr. Obioha Oti, to delve deeper into this matter. Good morning to you, Dr. Oti. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insights.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
It is indeed a pleasure. Let's try and grasp a bit of what's really going on with the entire development now with the CAC and registration of POS agents. Now, AMBAN is saying that they are headed for the court, because of this recent directive. But from what we understand, from statement that we read, the CAC said it was actually agreed upon at a meeting in Abuja. What is the true picture?
I don't know exactly the meeting that you are referring to that was held in Abuja where this agreement was met. But I am just sure that many of us in AMBAN, including our president, Mr. Fasasi Sarafadin, were all surprised when the news broke that every of our members must register with the CAC in order to continue operating. So we are surprised that that happened, and just like you rightly said, we are ready to do everything we can to make sure that we counter that, because we believe strongly that it is not in line with the agent banking regulation from CBN, and even the KAMA that you mentioned, which I will read out to you in due course. We believe that that directive runs also contrary to it. Thank you.
Okay, let me try and understand your point of view. You're talking about what is contained in the guidelines from the CBN. The CAC is saying something else, that the action is backed by Section 863, subsection 1 of KAMA and the 2013 Central Bank of Nigeria guidelines. What these guidelines that the CBN has put in or have put in place right now, for POS operations, can you just run it through us so we can actually get a bit of clarity here?
Okay, thank you so much. Let's start from the Company and Allied Matters Act that you said the CAC quoted. At least on my desk here, let me go direct to that page. You mentioned Section 863. Let's read it and see what exactly is there. It says, a person or association of persons shall not carry on business in Nigeria as a company, limited liability, partnership, limited partnership, or under a business name without being registered under this act. So what this is actually talking about is that people or persons should not carry out businesses like companies. They should not carry out businesses. Look at it very well. A person or association of persons shall not carry on businesses in Nigeria as a company. As a company, limited liability, partnership, limited partnership. So we are not contesting that. We are not contesting that because the KAMA says that people should not carry on businesses as companies without prior registering with the CAC. That is very clear. Most of our agents are not operating as companies. They are operating as individuals. And the agency banking regulation from the CBN
allows individuals to register and operate as agents under financial institutions. Okay, let's even go to the agency banking regulation. If you look at section 6.1 that talks about agent eligibility, let's look at read it together. It says, individuals and entities who wish to act as agents of financial institutions shall be required to meet the following eligibility conditions. Okay, so if you go down, you see all the conditions that is referring to. So this regulation recognizes agents that are operating as individuals, not as companies. We have agents that operate as companies. Myself, I operate as a company and I'm duly registered with the CAC. There are so many other agents in that category, especially when you get to the aggregator category of agents. Everyone at that level operates as a company. But there are several other individuals who are even more in number that operate individual at the individual level, just like every other businesses in Nigeria. For instance, you have the akara seller, somebody who is selling akara by the roadside. You have somebody who is selling provision. You have somebody who is selling small things like that. And most of these people, their total capital may not even be up to 50,000. Some of them 20,000. They are just recycling their capital to enable them continue to be in business. So these are the people that we are talking about. They are not operating as companies, and they don't intend to operate as companies even in the nearest future. So both the Companies and Allied Matters Act and the Agency Banking Regulation recognizes that individuals can carry on their normal businesses, and these set of people are the people we are saying that the CAC should let alone to carry on their businesses the way they have been carrying it. So if they decide in future to register as companies, then they can now go to the CAC. But right now, CAC has no jurisdiction over them. Thank you.
All right, let's even delve into why the CAC and the so-called the CBN guidelines have actually been brought to the fore right now. According to the CAC, it is saying that this particular move will help stem the issue of aside from infractions, issue of security, kidnapping, and all that we've had over time. I'm also aware that the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria recently launched a joint security task force. So where do you find a middle ground in all of this?
Okay, thank you. I'm happy you were right there during the time we launched this, and you can tell very well about some of the things we talked about. Now, let's even start from the reason behind the mandatory CAC registration by all agents, including those operating as individuals. Now, you said it will help to curb some infractions and the malpractices, and you mentioned fraud and so on. I listened to your news right now, where we were reeling out all the malpractices and all the negative consequences of certain people masquerading as POS operators and causing a lot of infractions in the society. We are aware of that. And that was why our president, Mr. Fasasi Sarafaddin, and the rest of us who are members of the NEC came up with the idea of the joint task force, because we want to, as much as possible, find a way to, sanitize our industry. We have a lot of situations where we see things that are happening contrary to the practices that we know should be the case. People, for instance, hawk POS. You see them on the road. They are running after vehicles, trying to get customers to patronize them. That is wrong, because the agency banking regulation that I just read out a section there says that a POS operator or an agent banker should have a recognizable address, should be in a particular location where you can always find them. You see, there are so many other things that people are doing that run contrary to the rules and regulations. Now, CAC registration or mandatory CAC registration is not going to solve that. Even the case of fraud, the case of kidnapping, the case of so many issues like that, we are aware of that. That was why we came up with the idea of joint task force. Recently, we were in Abuja for a symposium on economic and financial inclusion. Our association were fully represented. I was there myself, and the issue equally came up when the vice president asked us what we are doing about that. Our president, Mr. Fasasi, explained clearly our position on that. He explained our collaboration with the police, the civil defense, the DSS, the EFCC, and the relevant law enforcement agencies. We are trying our best to work with them so that we provide the necessary intelligent information and the collaboration to be able to deal with this. I think that is the way the government should go, not mandating every POS operator to register with CAC. Okay, now, I work in the bank myself for many years. I know that the quantum of fraud that emanates from CAC registered corporate entities is very high. That registration has not in any way helped to prevent fraud. You understand? So these are the reasons why we are saying that our members should not be compelled to register with CAC under any condition.
Okay, moving on right now. So point noted. But let's really talk about the effectiveness and what has been on so far since the launch of the Agent Joint Task Force in April. It's about a month right now. So far, what changes have been made, and what's the situation like right now since the launch?
Okay, that launch is just the initial awareness that we want to create. We've really not done much because we are still trying to seek collaboration with the necessary law enforcement agents. We've not actually rolled out the task force across the 36 states and the FCT. Though some of our state chapters, are engaged with activities aimed at enlightening the public first, because we are not going to directly come out in full force to enforce. But we have to enlighten them. We have to do the necessary advocacy that is involved. We have to do the necessary training that is involved across our membership, including those that have refused to identify with us. We are trying as much as possible, since we are operating within the same industry, to enlighten them so that they understand what actually is going on. And by so doing, the bad name that the society generally gives agent bankers or POS operators at least will reduce. And we want to make sure that as much as possible, as much as we can, we'll make sure that the industry is sanitized and all the elements that cause problems within our industry, we're able to fish them out and hand them to the necessary law enforcement agents to take care of them. So for now, we've not fully come out, but we are still seeking. Just recently, some of our state chapters, for instance, here in Lagos, we went to the different law enforcement agents, to really make sure that they join us in our move, to make sure that this joint task force succeeds.
All right, fine. As we round off now, I'm also aware that AMBAN has actually been closely involved in the financial inclusion and policy of the federal government. And the last time you guys were at Nasarawa, and you launched the NFI, Neighborhood Financial Inclusion Center. So can you give me an update of all of that as we round off?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really happy, and I appreciate you for bringing up the issue of the Neighborhood Financial Inclusion Centers. So that is the vision of Mr. President Fasasi Sarafaddin. So he shared this vision, and the reason behind it actually was because of the challenges a lot of people were encountering to register BVN, to register NIN, and some other services that will really deepen financial inclusion. If you recall, I think your station gave a report, a very disturbing report about people that want to do NIN because they wanted to register for JAM. I think it was before JAM, and in fact, we saw the confusion that happened in that very place.
Yeah.
So that is exactly the picture all over the country, and it has not ended. So in our wisdom, Mr. President decided that AMBAN as an association can do something because we have the membership across the country. I don't think there is any industry association that has more members than mobile money and bank agents that is scattered all over the country. And if we are giving the necessary encouragement and enablement by the necessary people that are supposed to help us, we should be able to bring these services closer to the people, right from the villages, the communities, the wards, the local government, up to the state and the national level.
All right.
So that was the vision behind the NFIC.
All right, thank you, Dr. Obioha Oti. That's as much as we can take. We wish you all the best, and we'll follow the progress as regards the POS registration with the CAC, and of course, we'll keep our viewers informed as per the latest news. We want to say a big thank you to you for joining us today on the show. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy that you gave me the opportunity.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. I have been speaking with the Vice President of the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN. My name is Justin Akadonye. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University.
His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwaekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Niger Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it in something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? When I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Niger Kids game instead? So for him, that's, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. And then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent, and that's really what brought about Niger Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I've been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did for fun. I tell people that, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, this is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. So those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming elements, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, Naija Kids with my two partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. So that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Naija Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Naija Kids. I say, yes, I'm Naija, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to now spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. The devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. What's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read his book. Each one is playing games. No, the computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations, and so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology, and it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it, but they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming? What products are making money? What are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remote learning was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big. Or when you're in the process of hitting it big. But I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money. Just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate, let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money, and you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think it's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who is working in a company. I said, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that. In terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just grant us the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school. And someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child. Even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in math, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai. I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Niger elements of the Niger kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skin. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. All sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, it was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented, the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year, I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. So I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting now. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual, writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine, fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as a then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high, and then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops, and if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they were not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. The other was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUTH or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the night got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well. And they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School. E4, 40, E4. So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be able to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class. And he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times it will just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But Are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in the school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road network was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there's nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Essay Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Essay Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
At least your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in Biafran blood.
It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. Today the conversation will bring in a very dear friend and brother of mine, someone with whom we go back many decades. He is into our line of work. By that, I don't mean he appears on TV or radio, but what he does really brings to your screen in many ways stuff that will touch your heart. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited. It's a company that's into media and TV production. The first question I want to ask you is this. You have a very strong Ijebu background. You also have a UK background, plus your Nigerian background. Tell me who Remi Ogunpitan is.
I don't know. I think I'm a mix of various things. You know, I think our experiences in life and our exposure, the places we live, the schools we go to, the friends that we make, and all these potpourri of experiences make us who we are. But I went to school in England. I left Nigeria when I was 5. My father was a politician. And during that period, he decided to go to England with his wife to pursue his accountancy qualifications. And he took his wife along. We were young. And they left us behind in Lagos, myself, my sister, Yetunde, and my brother, Ladipo. Yetunde and I were living with the Adelajas.
Okay.
At CMS Grammar
School compound.
Yeah, Mrs. Adelaja is the senior sister to my mother. And Ladipo was staying in Ibadan with my mother's junior sister. When they settled in England, they sent for us. I was about 5 or 6. Yetunde that's my junior sister, was about 5. We went to join them. And we were with them there for many, many years. We went to school, went to university, started work. My father qualified, worked in various companies and organizations, and at a period in time, he decided that he was coming back to Nigeria. And he decided to come and work with the company he was working with in the UK then, and they brought him back, and he was in Kano.
What company was that?
That Raleigh Bicycles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rose to become the managing director of Raleigh Bicycles. They came back with Yetunde. I stayed in the UK. I was then, by the time they came back, I had left school, I had left university. I was in the British Army. And I spent some time in the British Army, in the Ordnance Corps. Wow. And that was where I got the love for video communications and all of those kind of things, apart from the fact that I was a sportsman. So those were the two things I was doing. And when I left the army, I spent 3 years there, came out of the army, and I was looking at what to do. And I realized that in all this period that my parents had left me. My sister had left me, and here I was in England. And by that time, I spent like 16, 17 years in the UK. I'd never been to Nigeria during that period.
That explains your Yoruba.
Yes. So, yeah, why I don't speak Yoruba well, and why you love to hear me speaking Yoruba and like to laugh at me. It's okay, I understand. And
yes, now.
Yeah, and all my friends who are Yoruba love laughing at me and give me funny looks, but it's okay, I'm used to that too. So I decided I was going to come back and visit my parents and come and see what Nigeria was like. And I came, bought a ticket, and went to Kano. And I want to tell you a funny story, because when I was coming back to Nigeria to visit, I decided I was going to look, amazing. That when I arrived at the airport, everybody was know that this guy just landed from England, and that there was going to be everything was going to be there. I'll just pick up the phone. I'll go to the public telephone. I'll call my mom. I said, guess what? Because it was meant to be a surprise. I'm in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And all of that. So that's what I did. And I landed at Kano Airport. And I asked them, I said, please, I need a public telephone to call my parents. This is like 1980. And the guys were all looking at me. Who is this guy? public telephone, what?
What?
And I didn't have the address where they were living. All I knew as of that time was my father was the financial director of Raggy Bicycles. That's all I knew. When I landed in Kano, so I came out with my stuff. I called a taxi driver and I said, look, this is where I'm going. I want to go and look for this man. I want to go to the factory. And I know where they live. And then he took me straight there. Of course, my father at that time wasn't back from work. He had gone to pick up my mother, who then was teaching, and there was no lights.
Culture shock.
No light. So he dropped me. He said I shouldn't worry about the money, that I will come back and collect the money. And I sat there for 2-3 hours in darkness, waiting for my parents to arrive. They drove in with their 504 Peugeot. They turned the light. They just saw me like this. They just ran out of the car. So, and I was in the north. I worked for some time in the north. I'm very familiar with the north. I worked in Kano. I worked in Zaria. I worked in Kaduna. I used to play rugby. We used to travel around together. I have a lot of amazing friends that I made in the north. When I came back to Nigeria, that period, it was peaceful. There was cohesion. There wasn't a lot of all this religion,
dissonance and
all of that. It didn't exist. The only thing that I witnessed during that period that was anything like that was the Maitosini riots.
Maitosini riots. That was in 1980 or 81.
That was the only thing. But Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa people, we mixed together. It didn't matter whether you had money or you didn't have money. We were all one. There was nobody, So that was good. So that is where you get that mix of Ijebu, where that is my origins.
Yes.
My father, my mother is from. She always used to tease my father when he used to misbehave. That look, don't talk to me anyhow. I'm from a royal family. My father is the Daguri of Idowa. So my mother was from a royal family.
But Idowa is also Ijebu now.
Yeah, Ijebu, yes. And my father too. You tell her that look, my father was one of the richest men in Ijebu. And that's how they used to banter. And I just used to laugh. But that's my Ijebu origin.
Yes.
That's my Oyibo UK origin.
UK origin.
To Nigeria, where I've been
since 1980.
Yes.
You see, I was going to ask you the question, but you alluded to it, so I'll just expand it now. But what attracted you to media and TV production? You said it started from the UK,
when I was
British
in the
Army.
army. Yes.
Yeah.
We used to make, in those days, making career films, training films was a big thing. And I wasn't really doing that, but I was working in the department that used to do that, more like a production secretary.
Yeah, okay.
And I liked it, and I got interested in it. And when I applied to go to uni, which was Leeds University, to study film and television, it was the army that actually...
Okay, so it was like a hop, step, and jump thing for you.
Yes, and I got into it. Then when I finished, I worked a bit in the UK. CBS Records.
Okay.
Just doing what they call new release coordination, which is a big name for a runt job. And it was during that period of doing that job I decided to come back. And and that's when I started getting into TV production. I went back to Unilag, I did Masscom again. I met Jimmy Odumosu, worked on some of his projects, Fiery Force, and that was how I started getting into the industry.
Into the industry.
Yeah.
But you must have seen something that made you say, this is the line I was going to stay.
I worked with, when I finished at Unilag, Jimmy Odumosu was doing a project then called Fiery Force.
Fiery Force, yes, I remember that.
And I ended up being the production manager on that.
Yeah.
And I met a whole lot of people. That was where I met doing Jaisini and quite a lot of other people.
Doing is my cousin.
Yeah. And doing Jaisini played a significant role in my life. Yes. Because things were not easy then. My father was a bit of the disciplinarian. The way you make your bed is the way you lie in it. And at times, we just leave you to sort yourself out.
Yeah.
And after school, Doyin took me in, and I lived with him and his wife, Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, yeah.
And I was with Doyin for almost a year. And if you might not remember, but the commercial that we did together.
Yeah, I remember we did
the Sheraton Hotel.
Yes.
It was Doyin
that
took me to you.
That's true.
Yeah, you see life.
That's true. That's true. That's
circle
true.
of life and that
Yes, yes. Doing is my cousin, like I said.
Doing
So,
was at LTVA. So
yes.
no, let's go to Lekonka and
Yes, can do this for you.
that was, so I went through that phase. I went through that phase of thinking that we were going to start an amazing TV production company doing commercials. We did that commercial and then didn't get another commercial for
a while.
For
a
a
long
long time.
while.
So I had to go back and look for work.
For work, okay.
And that was when I now ran into doing Osasoni Adun.
Okay.
And I started working at DBN.
At DBN, yes, that's true.
In fact, the interview for that job was myself and Sheye Kehinde.
Really?
Yes. Sheye Kehinde looked dapper that day. If you see the suits that he wore, the shoes, I said, lie, I cannot get this job with this guy looking like this. But we did that interview together. I think he had just come back from England or something.
England too.
Yes. And I got the job. But I remember it was me and Sheye. We sat down to each other. We sat down next to each other.
Wow.
So I worked with Osa. Osa was the one that really opened up my eyes.
Good.
He gave me a lot of responsibility. And he gave me a lot of opportunity. I was in charge of production. I was able to travel to around the world. Osa paid for it.
Yeah.
I'll go to NAB. I'll go to IBC.
Yeah.
I'll go to Cannes. All those places. I think he had a lot of faith in me.
Yeah.
And I was also able to challenge him in terms of, intellectually and in terms of vision and direction and everything. And I think he liked that.
Yeah.
Because he had just come back from America and had set up DBN. He had DAS network and everything.
Yes.
And we got on really well. And also had a lot of arguments. But what was important was that it was somebody that was always able to accommodate and listen. And if you could come with a superior argument, even if it will go with you. So he gave me that opportunity.
Not a lot of employers do that.
He gave me that opportunity, and I traveled and I saw and I said, I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. I became passionate about it. I'll read everything. I'll go anything concerning media, broadcast, equipment. I wanted to be there.
You're just like a sponge.
Yes, just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I worked with him for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the American Embassy came along and offered me an opportunity that I couldn't resist.
What was that opportunity?
They offered me a job at the United States Information Service.
Okay.
Yeah, as the audiovisual manager.
Oh, that's on Broad Street, USIS.
Yes, when, I think the director then was a guy called Bob Lagama.
Okay.
And the director of communication was Carol Wild. And that was where I met the late Livy Ajunoma.
Yeah, Livy Ajunoma, yes.
He worked there.
Yeah,
yes. And there was an amazing house guy, Kabir Dangogo.
Okay, yes, I know that.
You know Kabir Dangogo too, yeah. Yes. So, but what was amazing about it was that was where I really got introduced to technology. Because even as of that time, this would be like about 1987, 86, 87, everything was computerized. And I'd never been exposed to a computer before then.
Computers.
It was a new thing. Everybody also started shouting about, I've got a 286, I've got a 386 computer,
Yes.
I've got a 486.
Yes.
And that was where I got introduced to computers and technology and everything. And I just soaked it all in. And it was the same time too that I started talking to my cousin,
Wegadilaja.
about, he was then the managing director at a television company called Nationwide
Television, yes, I remember that.
Which I think was set up with the late Mike Enauro.
Mike Enauro, yes.
Yeah. Yes. And he was also running it with a guy then called Felix Egbanumo.
Yes.
So we started talking, blah, blah, blah. We're interested, can't continue working for people all our lives.
Mm.
This thing, we know it, let's do it. How are we going to do it? We don't have money. We'll talk, we'll see regularly. I was still at the USIS. He was at Tafawa Balewa.
Tafawa, just next door.
So we always see, always talk.
Lunchtime talk.
Yeah, lunchtime, evening, we sit down, drink beer, pepper soup. What are we going to do? So after working there for some time, I was approached by an American called Lloyd Weaver.
Oh, Lloyd Weaver. He died recently.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes.
That's another of my...
Yes.
Lloyd. Yeah. He's so rested.
Amen, amen. He was an amazing man.
I get emotional when I think about it.
Yeah.
Lloyd approached me. They were setting up a company there called Swift Studios.
Swift before this, after
CDW.
Yes.
After CDW,
yes.
they set up Swift.
Yes.
There were some Nigerians that came around and gave them money. I don't want to mention their names.
Oh, no. We don't need their names.
They gave them money and they set up Swift Studios. And they asked me to come and work for them as the executive producer.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing, though, was that during that period, Wig and I were already running around trying to see where we can get money, doing proposals, budgets, business plans, and all of that. And as I started that job with them,
that's with Swift.
With Swift, yes, a lot of things started coming through on the other end of
on the other end, okay.
And we approached Otumba Shubomi Balogun.
I thought you said you didn't want to mention names.
No, I must. These are the ones that are important.
This one must be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, let me take a break now.
Okay.
We'll come back. Don't forget where you are.
Much.
We're taking a break now. We'll be back with you shortly. It's still Timeless Conversations, and I'm talking with my friend and brother, Remy Ogunpiton. So you were going to mention names or the name of someone who stood by you in that quest.
We approached, when we decided we wanted to set up a production company, we approached Shubomi Balogun, or Otumba Shubomi Balogun, who then, FCMB. But then he had a finance and security firm called City Securities.
Yeah, City Securities, yeah, that's true.
And he believed in the dream, and he gave us money, a lot of money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds then in 1989.
Was a lot of money.
Yeah, and we took the money, and I think we did well. We set up a company called Solar Productions.
Solar Productions,
It was in Lupeju.
Yes. Down Planning Way.
Yeah, we had people like Olumide Ofere, Mike Afigo, Unwosu, plenty of the big company.
I know all of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know them now.
Yes.
Moses Ebere.
Yes.
All of them. They were all, and we had an amazing business, and we quickly established ourselves in the marketplace and did a lot of work and started to make money. But things fell apart.
How?
It's simple, and I think everybody can relate to it. If a business partnership is a marriage.
Yes.
And this was not even a ordinary business marriage. This was a business marriage of family.
Yeah.
Everybody on the board was family.
Yeah.
In fact, City Securities Limited then was represented by Bolaji Balogun. My father was on the board. Wiga's father was on the board. But the directors, they're not involved in the day-to-day running.
It's their running, sure.
You see, when two people who are meant to act as one have a different vision, the center can never hold.
It can't.
Whether it's in a business, whether it's in a home, whether it's any public institution, whether it's the president and the vice president.
Sure.
Once the vision diverts, it can't hold. And that's basically what happened. And apart from differences also, because division comes because of differences. Differences in approach, differences in ability, difference in skills, different differences in the ability to manage funds.
Even in style.
In
or
style,
execution.
everything, yeah. And even differences in terms of who the clients prefer to work with. Maybe they prefer working with this person to this person. And all those things become convoluted. The jealousies come in, all kinds of things come in, and it becomes difficult for the center to hold. So after 5 years, I left. And for quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I knew that, I'm going to do work in production. I knew that.
Yeah.
And then I was again, God continues to send people along. And then I was again rescued by two gentlemen called, who then were running an advertising agency called Concept Unit. Larry Awukoya. And Kayode Idowu.
Yes.
Who basically came to me and said, well, look, we've been working with you for a long time. We like the way you work. Da-di-da-di-da. We've noticed that you're no longer with Bega. What do you want to do? And I said, I want to set up a production company. And they said, fine. They're interested. And they put some money up, a substantial amount of money. And I looked at the whole thing. And of course, you tell your family, look, this is what I want to do now. I want to put money up, want to start a new business. And I remember my father said, no way, that you're not going to take their money without any of your own money in there. How much do you have? I told him, he said, no. He said, we're going to match them penny for penny. So that this time around, we have a hold. And that's what we did. So I was able to use some money I had. My father gave me a substantial amount of money and added it to what they put in. And we started Schaff-Weisberg Media, Studio 77.
I remember that. I just wanted to hit you a little bit. Your disciplinarian father.
Yes.
Supported you.
Yes, he did.
I'm underlining it because we'll come back to it.
Yes, he supported me.
Yes.
And that was how we started Schaff-Weisberg Media.
Yes.
Which I ran for 9 years. And later on sold my shares to, because by that time the company had become part of a bigger group called Integrated Marketing Services.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was, it was used. So by the time I decided I wanted to go on my own 100%, when I sold my shares, it was a juicy bit of money.
Very good.
And with some other businesses that I had done at that time, like the All Africa Games and everything, I started IBST till today.
What does IBST mean?
Integrated Broadcast Services and Technologies.
And Technologies, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So congratulations on that roller coaster of a movement. Now, because that's the space you operate in, the production sector of the Nigerian media space appears to be growing, interestingly, at both a fast and slow pace. Fast because technology is moving fast, but slow because of peculiar Nigerian challenges. What do you think can bring us to par with other clients? And by other clients, I mean even other African countries, like South Africa, for instance. What do you think can bring us to par with that?
That's an interesting question because our sector is made up of various and very, 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 very diverse ingredients that make it a whole. If you look at our film sector, everybody will think that it's growing, that we're seeing a lot more of our movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more commissioning going on and things like that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
Yes.
In our TV industry, broadcast, terrestrial, cable, OTT, and online, things are not moving so rapidly in terms of revenue.
Yes.
There are revenue challenges there. the challenges in technology. And if you look at where we are and how broadcasting is done today, a lot of it is still it's all IP based.
Yes.
So we're dealing with issues of technology. We're dealing with issues of how do we improve our quality. And to improve your quality, you need to access revenues. And for revenues to come, you need to have quality. So that one is like, which one, chicken or egg? And then we have what I talked about before, the movies which everybody is talking about. You know, the government, oh, Nigeria, and all of that. Oh, the fastest moving sector in Nigeria is all of that. And as I said, it's just a perception.
But they say perception is everything.
Yeah, it's just a perception, because what you have to ask yourself is that, what is it doing to the country as a whole, economically, socially, and all of those things? Is it really having an impact? And for me, I think that we're not really making that impact yet. The challenges are multifarious, but I think a lot of it has to do with the enabling environment, which is one. It has to do with access and education. And then it has also to do with the people who actually are in control of the industry.
Okay.
If we look at a lot of the people that are in control of the industry and have made investments in the industry, the question is, who are they? Where do they come from? You know, what is their stake?
What's their long-term goal?
So all these things, when you add them all together, the position that I have taken is that you can't, if you try to change everything, you can't change it.
Yeah.
One person can't do it.
No way.
So I just figured that the only way to really address it is decide where you want to play. Decide, do I want to play here? Do I want to play here? Or do I want to play defense? Do I want to play midfield? Do I want to play attack? Left or right? Decide where you're going to play. And then carve out a role for yourself. And try to become the best at it. And through that way, also influence people that come into contact with you. Try to create revenues and opportunities in the areas where you can influence. Because, Leko, I'll be honest with you, I get confused a lot about Nigeria and the direction, especially even in our own industry.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can't isolate ourselves from everything that's going on around us. So that worries me. So that question is something that is an ongoing discussion in my mind.
Yes.
And at times, the answers and the solutions change from day to day as the environment and as the equation changes, as it always does.
Yes, it must.
It
has to remain dynamic.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got to, if you're a computer geek, you'll understand what DHCP means when you're trying to network. DHCP means that it's on a dynamic frequency. So if it goes up, you go up with it. If it comes down, you come down with it.
But then you must remain consistent.
Yeah, but as long as there's a throughput, as long as there's data coming through, if it is good, it will be fast. If it is slow, you'll still be able to access, but it will be.
But then you see, the consistency I even mean is, I know this is not to patronize you. I know that your love for technology and innovation has been always at the forefront and the background of your engagements. So in your company, in your productions, we see a lot of that.
Yes.
And that love, for me, is the consistency.
Yeah, okay.
That can drive the engagement. So for you...
Yeah, you know what? You know, like, really, you know what? The way I thought about it really is that, you know, for me, the focus has always been on value. We work in a very, very competitive environment because I work in the private, all my clients are in the private sector. And a lot of those clients are driven by institutional values in terms of quality, excellence, what they want for themselves, how they want their brands to be perceived and all of those things. So a lot of things that one does is focused on value. So the equipment, the personnel, the manner you run your business, the style and all of those things are just a means to an end.
Yeah.
So technology is just one of the legs of ensuring that you deliver value. But whatever is required to deliver value is something that I always try to ensure is contained in our offering, in our product offering, because a lot of people say Nigerian business, man no man. Yeah, fine. But when man no day go, when the man has gone,
yes,
what are you going to do? So the only thing that is sustainable is value.
Is value.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Thank you, Remy. We'll take another break and resume our conversation.
Wow.
Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our program. Remy Ogupito is still my guest, and we just during the break we were saying he'd never been interviewed like this before, and I said, well, it's, like they say, it's the person who knows you that knows what to ask you now, and don't be too humble. I know who you are, don't I? I do now. I do. Now, value is the soul and the heart of the business that you run. If you deliver good value, then your clients will come back. If the value is bad, they take a hike. Now, you don't want them to take a hike. However, in rating the media industry in the country, what would you like to place your finger on as what can improve our industry?
People.
In what sense?
People. We've got to train people. We've got to invest in people. We've got to expose our people. We've got to support our people. We've got to grow them, talent, in knowledge, in their networking skills and everything. You know, we talk about technology all the time. Technology is technology. Garbage in, garbage out. So give anybody, people talk about DOPs and cameramen, they talk about all these kinds of people. But if you give, I always, this analogy is that give a 60,000 pound camera to a cameraman that's not trained, and give a $5,000 cameraman to a DOP who has been trained and has experience and has exposure, and tell them to go and shoot the same thing. The guy with the $5,000 camera who is trained and has exposure will shoot you something better than the guy that had the 60.
Very true.
Yeah?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's all about people. I think that we don't invest enough in our people. I think business owners take people for granted. And I get it all the time. They say, look, if we train people, they will just go, they will come, they will land, I think that's all bunkum and rubbish. You know, in life, when you invest in other people, it will come back to you.
It does.
Whether they leave you,
they've got to leave.
Doesn't matter. But what you are doing is that you are feeding an industry with people who are talented, who have knowledge, and they're coming from you.
And they will impact others.
They will impact others. And that impact they have on others will come back and impact you.
Sure.
So that is a very critical area. I think in terms of technology and all of those things, all that is money.
Okay.
If you have the money, you can buy it. But I think it's people. People.
Yes, you asked me what areas I wanted to cover, and I said, don't worry, I'll ask you any question. You reserve the right to answer or refuse. Now, you said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Why?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Kai, politics, care. No,
Okay.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ o.
Yes.
Now, how do we solve the problem of low voter turnout in our country?
I vote.
You vote?
I vote.
You do?
Yeah, but just I will not be a politician.
Okay, very good. So then let's expand the question so that you can answer it. Let's look at it this way. How can we get more Nigerians involved in politics, especially the younger one? And by involvement, I mean them voting, I mean them participating in the process of canvassing for votes, of changing the society.
That sounds like a complex question, but it's actually very, very simple. You know, until we show that our people have a stake in government, in the decisions that are made by government, that those things are done in their own interest, you will always continue to have low public turnout during voting because there is no trust and there's no belief and there's no validity in the minds of Nigerians about the system being operated in their interest.
How do we show that?
By ensuring that the things that matter will start to change it, by showing that there's actually, truly, there's justice in the system. By showing that everybody is accountable to the law, and nobody is above the law. By showing that it's only the best people that will run this country. Merit.
Yes.
By ensuring that if you are running government, you are accountable. Those are the things. They're very, very simple, actually. You know, by showing that that government cares about the education of the child of somebody who is poor, the hospitals that they go to. As it is now, the majority of Nigerians don't believe they have a stake in the country. The people that are fighting for a stake in the country are the politicians and the people that identify with them. And of course, the elite ruling class who have invested money and are working to try to keep their businesses going, their manufacturing plants, their banks, their retail shops, their restaurants. You know, they're the people that have that seem to have a stake because things that happen around them impact them. But the average Nigerian believes that no matter what impacts them, they can't change it.
They can't change it.
So that's why they don't bother to vote.
How do we achieve that change?
You know, Lekon, it's a very interesting question, but I used to be very idealistic about all these things, and I used to be very vocal. And I came to the conclusion that we're in a big ocean of, can I say, rishi. And that I, as Remi Ogunpiton, the only way I can impact and do anything is within my sphere of influence, within the people that I relate with, that I do business with.
Spot on.
You know, we talked about people before and training and everything. Do you know, Lekon, I have staff over the years. I have staff that have worked with me. I've had a driver that worked with me for 23 years. From the time I was at Solar. And he's retired now. I have people that worked with me for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I At least I have 3 of my staff. I know that, because that was the way I was exposed and I was gifted. So when I have money, I send them, yeah, go to America, go to NAB, go to Dubai, go to CAPSAT, go to this, go and attend this course, go and do this. Some of them have gone, some of them have left.
Yeah.
Many of them, one of them that has left was a young man that I found in Computer Village. He worked with me for many years. And I originally brought him to come and do cabling for me, cabling. But after 7 years, he left, set up his own production company, and he's doing amazingly well.
Fantastic.
So we have the ability to influence people around us. We have the ability to uplift people around us. And I believe that, when we do that, the more people we uplift, the more people we expose, the more people we teach, the more people we mentor.
Yeah.
When they look at us, they will see that these are the principles, these are the values that have made this man what he is. And hopefully they will emulate us, imbibe some of those values, and also teach other people.
Teach other people.
So hopefully to be like a ripple.
Okay.
But we need a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people able to stand up, for instance, and say that there are certain things they won't accept.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
principle.
And for you to get to that level in this country where you are saying that there are certain things you don't accept and you be principled, the tendency is that you must have either been through a lot and you are not comfortable to be able to say, I'm not going to take it. Because you can't ask a man to be principled and not steal and not take an orange you put on the table there who has not eaten for 1 week.
Well, he could be. It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
He could resist it. He could say, I want it. Could I? But the tendency is that most Nigerians, they don't have. They are in need. They are in want. So they take shortcuts. Because at the top, you don't get dealt with if you take a shortcut. So who am I not to take a shortcut?
So we need to strengthen our institutions, right? Institutions like the police, like judiciary, and other, where we have to. Yes.
We know now. We say this all the time. Now.
Yes.
We all know it, but.
But then we have to keep saying it so that it can be relevant. We have to. Change does not come when we keep quiet.
People in leadership don't know that.
Well, some of us will get into leadership too and not change from what we used to be.
Well,
that's the truth.
Well, the thing is that change, individual change can change yourself, can change you, can change your life. But what we're talking about is a change for a country of over 200 million people.
Yes.
And that's something that when I think about it, I won't lie to you, it baffles me how you do it all. Because I ask myself, how do you galvanize into a cohesive force of the same power, the same thought, the same vision, the same drive? 200 million people or so of different interests, of different backgrounds.
It's leadership.
Different.
It's leadership.
Well,
yeah, even from your own analogy, it's leadership. Yeah. It's if they start in their own spheres.
Yes.
Right. Then others will emulate. They will produce people and all that. And some of those people will get into that position of leadership.
I think I think at times when we look at leadership as being from the top down, at times leadership can be from bottom up.
It actually should be from bottom up, so that when you find yourself at the very top, you already are known for something. That's it. You're known for something.
But it can be very disquieting.
Yeah, well, it can be. We're going to take another break now. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the program, where we are talking to none other than Remi Ogunpitan. Now, Remi, In the last 3 or 4 decades, almost about 4 decades now, well, yeah, almost 4 decades, you've been doing business in Nigeria, you've worked in this same industry, you've led or headed, and then you have founded, right, companies that deal with production. What's that experience been like for you?
If I died and I had the choice of coming back again, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I'll change my.
You will come back and do the same thing.
Again, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, fine. So let's start being specific about your experience. For instance, traveling around the country as a result of working. What was that like?
Okay, let me tell you. It's been interesting. When I came back to Nigeria,
yes,
the 1980, I was in Kano. What I did was I bought myself a Volkswagen bus, a Kombi bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So we have that in common.
Yeah, and I equipped it with a bed, a kerosene fridge, a kerosene cooker.
Are you kidding?
And I spent 1 year traveling around Nigeria.
You did that?
Yes, I did, yes. My first 1 year back in the country. There was nowhere I didn't go to. I traveled from... There was nowhere I didn't go to. And in some places, I would spend a week or 2 weeks. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Boko.
Really?
Yeah, because I met this girl and I thought I was in love with her, but I had to move. But there was nowhere I didn't go to. From Sokoto
so
to
you left the love back in
Boko. I moved, from Sokoto to Potiskum to Nguru to Biu to Daura, Dambata, Adeja,
just driving.
Yola, Guzo, Mubi, yes.
All
right down to Miduyo, Kafancha, Funtwa, Adeja, Guzo, Kafancha, Kontagora,
all by yourself.
Shendam, Jos, yeah. And I did that for about 11 years, almost a year. And it was amazing.
And your parents left you to do that?
Yes, now. There was no...
Yeah, well, you were a full-grown
and apart from that, Nigeria wasn't stressed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was still armed robbery, but it was not like the way it was now. You could move. You could drive at night.
Yeah, that's true.
You could drive at night.
And police were friendlier.
Yes. You could get somewhere, park and sleep and wake up in the morning and the villagers will come out and say, well, okay, look, you want food? Nigeria was like that. Now, it's not so much like that.
Yeah.
We travel a lot now. Our production crews today in Nigeria, when we travel to locations outside of, let's just say Ibadan, Abeokuta, but the minute we're going to Ilorin, Akure, Benin, all those places we normally go by road. We go with police escort.
No.
Yes, we do.
But you didn't need that in 1980?
No, it didn't. Even when we were doing productions where we were traveling on the road with things like Benson and Age's Golden Tones, the road shows, when we were doing Rothman's Groove, the road shows and things like that, Peak Talent Show, Blue Soccer Academy, all of those things. We used to travel by road. We didn't used to go with police now. But now you do.
You do.
Some of the clients will not even allow you to travel without them. I mean, we work for flour mills, we work for a lot of the oil companies. You can't go anywhere without security.
Without police?
Yeah, you can't.
These days?
Yes, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. What's that like for you? Someone who's traveled all by himself.
Yeah.
And now needing police escort to do that.
It's just part of the... It's part of the mix now. These things, they become normalized. So you don't see, what happens is that over a period of time, things that you're not used to, you now have to start putting them in place. And after a while, they become normalized. So you don't even see it as being unusual. You see it as being just part of.
Just part of.
Yeah. Like our international clients that we work with.
Yes.
I'm not going to mention their names, but there's not one of them that comes into this country without security devices, which maps and tracks their every single movement, right up to where they are, with an accuracy of 25 meters. They carry it. It's not a phone, it's not anything, but a lot of people don't know it, but it will be on them. So that if anything happens, they can be tracked. So that is there. In terms of work, you know, liaison with Nigerians and getting things done, it's a bit more challenging because Nigerians are wiser. They know that a lot of these things that people do, you want to use a place, you want to use somebody's shop, you want to shoot in a location, they understand that what we're doing, we're being paid for it and we make money from it. They're smart. Social media, live TV, cable TV has made everybody understand.
Made them aware.
Yeah. So, you know, they will cooperate with you, but, you know, these days you need to drop something. We're shooting something in the market on the 3rd of February. We have to pay 250,000 naira to enter the market.
I was going to ask that
yeah.
How do you acquire your sites and locations?
Yeah.
What's been like?
We pay.
And then even shooting within communities.
Yeah, communities are easier because the shooting within communities, what you tend to do is that you identify who the key leaders are within that community, whether it's a traditional Oba or a chief or whatever, identify them, tell them what you want to do. At times, some of the things we want to do is actually to their advantage.
Yes.
And when it is, you know,
they might even end up being the ones entertaining you.
They'll cooperate and you know, we're Africans and we're Nigerians and we have a culture, you know, which is not this is not a corruption culture.
No.
But this is a culture of you show respect.
Yes.
I accommodate you. I thank you.
Yes. That's
yeah.
So the experience has been a mixed one.
Yeah, it's mixed, but nothing nasty, nothing horrible.
Okay.
You know,
it's something in the last 3-4
No,
years.
you can always
get over that.
Yeah, walk over it. Yeah, we've never had anything nasty like that.
So finally, let me ask you: you did some tourism content, some of which you even graciously passed to us and we're using. What inspired that? Was it that your...
Yes, it was.
1980,
yeah.
1881?
Yeah, it was. And the fact is this, is that, you know what?
Road trip. You did a road trip.
Yeah, road trip, yes. Yeah.
And that's what opened your mind up to, I need to...
And it still keeps on, and my mind still keeps on getting opened up every day. You know, we've had the opportunity of traveling around Nigeria. To so many places, and at times some very obscure places. And the more that you travel, the more you see, number one, how beautiful we are as a people. The average Nigerian that you see in Lagos that is hustling is not your typical Nigerian. When you go to some of these obscure, remote areas, and you see the land, you see the topography, you see the potential of the opportunity that there is, you start to say to yourself that I need to do something about this. And that was what inspired us, basically starting to put that kind of content together, because we just felt that, well, look, it's our country. Yeah, there's a lot that is wrong with it, but we still have one or two things that we're proud about. And at least if we can't get there, let's show people the beauty of Nigeria. When I traveled around Nigeria around 1980, in Jos, in places in Jos like Shendam and all of those things, then I used to go into, they have a lot of tin mines there, which were then being run by expatriates.
Yes.
And most of the tin mines then had orchards, they had gardens. I used to go into those orchards and I used to pick fresh strawberries, blackcurrant, pomegranate, apple, peaches. But now, you know, you can't do that. But the thing is that we are able to do those things if we put our mind to it.
But they're in, was that in Jos now? They're in Plateau?
Yeah,
they
Plateau.
have started cultivating strawberries on a large commercial scale.
But then it wasn't a big deal. It was everywhere. You just pick strawberries, you pick blackberries, you pick black currant, anything that you want, you just pick it.
Yeah.
You know, those days you go onto the farm, you give them like, I don't know how much you give them like about 20 naira And then you can just take.
That's a lot of money. Maybe like 2 naira.
I don't know.
No,
maybe about 2 naira, or maybe 1 naira or 50 kobo.
Yes,
you just go and you pick everything that you want to pick, and you go.
When you go.
Yeah.
So now, so that's like your own way of giving back to society?
No.
The tourism content?
No, it's not. I think you get to a stage you need to give back.
Yeah.
So what I try to do now is I try to give my services free of charge to churches, for instance, who want to do media training, to universities.
Okay.
We're doing something now with NIJ, Nigerian Institute of Journalism, where every Saturday they come across to our facilities and we give our time and our equipment to train their students in the area of broadcasting and production. There are other things that one is doing, but what I found is that the only way I can give back, and I feel very, very satisfied about it, is to try and improve what is going on in our industry, because there's so much, there's still so much to do.
I want you to give back to us.
Okay.
Let's work together
on
a documentary.
Okay.
You know, on the bridge, when you are coming towards the island, you know, Okobaba,
Makoko,
the timber.
Yes.
I'd like us to do.
You know the funny thing?
A documentary on that, because you know there's a period that they will bring so much of the timber.
We discussed this,
and it will be all over the place.
We discussed this in a meeting.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks ago in our office.
And we'll go all the way
to Ondo,
Kitipupa,
where they now build the raft,
and
then ship it down.
And if possible, follow the raft.
Who's going to follow them? Me and you?
No, follow. We don't have to be the ones.
We have big belly now, so
yes,
we can't.
We have underlying. I have underlying issues. Even the children will say, "Hey, Daddy, where are you going?" but let's do that together.
No, I would love to do that, because you know that would be that would be an amazing.
It's a good way, and it will be something we'll put in the public space.
An amazing film.
Right, to tell the story of the timber industry.
Okay. I'll take your offer up on that.
Yes,
we'll do it as a joint production.
Yes, let's do it together.
Okay.
Let's merge forces.
Yeah.
Right, write scripts and all that. I can voice.
We can put all those young boys to. You can go get this our young guy on the camera.
Yes. To shoot and all that.
You live on the raft for 2 weeks, because that's how long it takes for them to.
It takes 2 weeks. Yes, I know.
You'll be eating on the raft, sleeping on the raft.
Yes.
Just take plenty of mosquito repellent.
Yes, that's it. It will be good. It will be an experience for them. And worst case scenario, we can train somebody on the raft that can position the camera and all that.
No, they have to go with them.
Exactly. So that's it. Anyway, it's been nice talking to Remy. Remy, well, we know each other. We know how far we've been together. And I'm just so amazed at your accomplishment. I'm not any way flattering you. You know that. We don't flatter. But just commending your great work, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And we thank God too.
Yes. So till we have another episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been Remy Ogunpitan as my guest today. Thank you all for watching.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. The federal government on Tuesday confirmed the suspension of the 0.5% cybersecurity levy imposed recently by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The CBN had on May 6, 2024 issued a circular mandating all banks, mobile money operators and payment service providers to commence the implementation of the new cybersecurity levy. The levy was part of the Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention, etc. Amendment Act 2024, which approved that the levy amounting to 0.5% of the value of all electronic transactions will be collected and remitted to the National Cybersecurity Fund, overseen by the Office of the National Security Advisor, NSA. But Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Orientation, while briefing State House journalists after a marathon meeting of the Federal Executive Council, FEC, presided over by President Bola Tinubu, which lasted for 2 days, confirmed the suspension of the cybersecurity levy.
Is it the one for cybersecurity levy? The position of government is that that policy has been suspended. That policy has been put on hold. That is the position of government for now. It is undergoing some form of review. It was reiterated in council yesterday. You know that today's council is a continuation of the council meeting of yesterday. So I can tell you the cyber security levy has been put on hold. It is being reviewed by government. For now, it is on hold.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has threatened to embark on another nationwide strike to protest absence of governing councils in all federal universities across the country, among other issues the government is yet to address. The body, which recalled that the federal government dissolved governing councils of the universities in May last year, has asked Nigerians to hold the government responsible for any decision it takes to protest the action of government. President of ASU, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, spoke at a press conference at ASU National Secretariat in Abuja. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, and sought a court injunction to stop the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, from marrying off 100 orphaned girls. The Speaker recently announced plans to marry off the orphaned girls who lost their parents due to the banditry attacks in the Mariga local government area as part of his constituency project on May 24. He announced that the gesture was aimed at alleviating the sufferings of the impoverished, pledging to pay the dowries for the bridegrooms and procuring materials for the mass marriage. Kennedy Ohaneye, while briefing newsmen in Abuja, described the plans as unacceptable, emphasizing that a full-scale investigation has commenced on the issue.
I heard over the news yesterday and all over the internet where a particular legislator, being the Speaker of Niger State, mentioned as part of his constituency project to marry out and pay dowries for 100 orphans who were displaced by bandits in their village. I want to let the Honorable Speaker of House in Niger State to know that this is totally unacceptable by Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and by the government. Totally unacceptable. The future of the children to come out of that marriage must be considered. So I have gone to court. I have written him a letter. I've written a petition to the police, the IG of police, and I have filed a case for injunction to stop him from whatever he's planning to do on the 24th, until such a time a thorough investigation is carried out on those girls, find out whether they gave their consent, find out their ages, find out the people marrying them, who are they.
Meanwhile, the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, has stopped the planned hosting of the wedding of 100 orphaned girls in his constituency, saying he would not grace the occasion. Sakindaji took the decision following the action of the Women Affairs Minister, Uju Ohaneye, who dragged the Speaker to court to halt the wedding. The Speaker made this known on Tuesday during a media briefing in which he said the minister had overstepped her bounds.
Threatened by the minister's action, that I must be very, very clear. The minister didn't know how I won my election. She didn't know how I built my political career to this stage. The minister is not from the north. I will never need the minister, probably, except if one day I will contest for the president of the country. So as it is right now, I'm not threatened by the action of the minister. And whatever this press release would degenerate, that is for the minister to handle. I have told you, I'm a good Samaritan. I respect the federal government. I'm a product of this administration, and I'm APC for that matter. The minister didn't know what I've been doing for my constituent. I'm not going back. Already I have given out my support to those parents through those traditional and religious institutions. And I have told you that I'm not going to claim it back. I have wanted to grace the occasion, but now I will not. I will not reclaim whatever donations I have given. It is never from any constituency project. The minister should please find out who I am. Let her find out that first in the first place. And how I've been supportive to my people since the last 15 years.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has decried the substantial debt burden inherited from the previous administration of Nyesom Wike, saying most of the projects commissioned in the state were not fully funded. Governor Fubara stated this during the commissioning of the Aleto Ogale Bubu Etoe Road, also known as Old Bori Road, in Eleme local government area of the state.
I also went further, because as we're going now, we'll be going with a white paper to show record and amount this project was awarded at the cost of 6.7 billion. And I can say boldly that no kobo is remaining. We've paid the contractor completely. The purpose of this is to let the world know that if there's one problem this administration has, is debt. Most of the projects that are being commissioned, they are coming for their balance payments, and it's running in millions and billions. I've said I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk because I am part of that system. But when you keep pushing me to talk, I will say it so that they will see the nyash of the fowl. But let us leave that one until when we are ready. We will also be ready. The small one we are doing now, they are not sleeping. I wonder what will happen when we do the big one.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, National Solidarity Vanguard, has blamed former Governor Nyesom Wike for the monumental loss of about 25 Rivers State Assembly seats. Speaking at a press conference on Tuesday in Abuja, the executive director of the PDP National Solidarity Vanguard, Honorable Usman Saidu Kalkalas, accused the FCT minister of using Honorable Amewele Martins and other ex-PDP lawmakers as cannon fodder in his ill-advised fight with his successor, Governor Siminalayi Fubara. He described Wike as a saboteur working against the party. Kalkalas said the former governor is blinded by his financial muscle and doesn't understand the true essence of leadership. Usman therefore called on the party leadership to take decisive action and expel Wike from the party.
Of 25 seats in Rivers State House of Assembly is direct result of Wike using them as cannon fodders in his ill-advised fight with his successor, Siminalayi Fubara. The recent defection of this lawmaker was not mere political maneuver. It was a betrayal of the trust bestowed upon them by the people who elected them under the PDP banner. These lawmakers were not just representatives, they were the voice of the people, the custodian of the party legacy, and the guardian of our shared vision for a better Nigeria and keepers of the mandate the electorate gave to the PDP, which they have sadly thrown away. We call upon the PDP leadership to take decisive action.
The House of Representatives has denied a $150 million bribery allegation against the House Committee on Financial Crimes chairman and members. Chairman of the committee, Honorable Ginger Obinna, who denied the allegation in a press conference at the National Assembly complex on Tuesday, says the allegation was false, stating that at no time did he or any member of the committee demand for money from the embattled company. Recall that the committee on the 4th of March 2024 had invited Binance and its chief executive to appear before it to answer questions on allegations that bordered on multiple financial and economic crimes and irregularities by some civil society organizations which were perpetrated by Binance against the Nigerian economy and the state but failed to appear. He says the committee wishes to emphasize that all the interactions with Binance were formal, open and transparent, as the committee never met with Binance team outside the National Assembly, nor did the committee delegate any individual or entity to meet with the Binance team on its behalf for any purpose contrary to the news report by a media outfit. The committee, however, says it will seek redress from a competent court of jurisdiction to prove its innocence and to ensure justice is done to the matter.
Mr. Changpen Ho was sentenced to 4 months in prison, down from 3 years demanded by prosecutors, for money laundering, unlicensed money transmitting, and violation of SCATL in the United States. Richard Jones, the presiding judge at the sentence hearing, said Zoe put Binance growth and profit over compliance with United States laws and regulations.
I wouldn't talk very much about that. They would have their day in court. But I'd like to encourage the media. It is not enough for anyone to come subsequently and apologize about misrepresenting facts or spreading disinformation. I think that you owe it a duty to Nigerians to accurately report on this matter. If somebody is before the courts and is clutching for straws because they know that they are drowning, and then they come out to accuse a whole institution of government because they want to distract from what it is that they've done.
The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has warned civil society organizations that henceforth their continued participation in the electoral process will depend on their submission of the election monitoring report. Professor Mahmoud said this on Tuesday during the quarterly consultative meeting between INEC and civil society organizations at the INEC headquarters in Abuja. He says CSOs that failed to submit reports from previous exercises would not be accredited to participate in future elections. He urged the CSOs to submit their applications and accreditation as election observers for the September 21 governorship elections in Edo State. In his response, the leader of the CSOs, Padi Njoku, assured of the continued partnership and cooperation with the electoral umpire.
The Commission therefore appeals to civil society organizations to join us in mobilizing prospective registrants for the exercise, particularly on the need to register early and not wait until the deadline approaches, when the registration centers will be inundated by 11th hour registrants. In addition to the registration of voters, the Commission will also make available the uncollected permanent voters' cards for collection during the voter registration.
You have made a vows, and that this relationship should be strengthened and continue growing. On behalf of all the CSOs here, I want to thank the Commission for welcoming us. As I said, you are independent, but you are depending a bit on us. So we share in your independence.
Movie director and producer Bolanle Austin Peters has emphasized the importance of sharing Funmilayo Ransom Kuti's story during the movie premiere in Lagos. The film beautifully portrayed the remarkable journey of this Nigerian educator, political campaigner, and women's rights activist. Our correspondent Paul George was there.
The night was filled with shining stars from the Nigerian entertainment industry, bringing together a diverse crowd to witness the premiere of the movie Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. The film, directed and produced by the talented Bolanle Austin Peters, aims to inspire the youth by telling the story of this remarkable matter.
Funmilayo's story is an important story that the world must hear. You know, a lot of times we hear about Rosa Parks in America. We hear about all these heroes. And you ask yourself, where are the Nigerian heroes? There's so many of them, but we're not telling their stories. Our children must understand that we have great Nigerians, we have great Africans that have lived. And in knowing their heritage, they will become better for it.
The great-grandson of the heroine, Made Kuti, praised the producer, cast and crew for their excellent work, mentioning that the film exceeded expectations, while renowned actor Adebayo Salami, who played the role of the Alake of Egbaland, encouraged Nigerians to watch the movie for valuable life lessons and a memorable experience.
The entire family has seen it already, and when we saw it, it was such a precious moment that at the end of the film, every single one of us ended up crying, because it was such an emotional film with so much truth and so much power, delivered by just an absolutely fantastic set of cast members and, you know, an entire team behind it. So I know that everyone that goes inside today will have a fantastic time.
Oh, sure. I would advise them to watch. They should watch it when it comes out. It teaches a lot of lessons and preaches sermon. So no doubt about it, you just pick your own there.
Kehinde Bankole and Ibrahim Suleiman, the main actors in the movie, were thrilled to make history. They believe that Nigerians will find inspiration and learn valuable lessons from the film.
These are people who lived amongst us, who will inspire us. It's not like you heard the story that somebody else did it somewhere. Somebody right here did it, and a woman for that matter. Very inspiring. And I think that's why we should tell such stories. But people should watch it because it's a story that talks about the power that people have. It's not about Funmilayo Ransome Kuti as much as it's about you, the people. She spent her time enlightening the people, educating them on their own power.
A lot of us growing up, we thought that Funmilayo Ransome Kuti was basically Fela's mother and the first Nigerian woman to drive a car. And that's basically all we knew about her. And it is a very small fraction of who she is and what she stood for and what she was about. So this movie will educate people about that specifically, and then to also give insights into the fact that it will help us understand that our struggles today are not unique.
As the event wrapped up, Nigerians are hopeful that more heroes and heroines will be recognized and celebrated. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Barrister Sophia Amadou Boshi has been installed and presented staff of office as first-class chief of Takum by Governor Abu Kefas of Taraba State. The presentation of the staff of office took place on Monday at the Exco Chamber, Government House, Jalingo, alongside two other third-class chiefs. Speaking at Exco Chamber, Government House, Jalingo, where the event took place, Governor Kefas observed that for nearly 3 decades, the vacant throne of Takum has been a symbol of division and uncertainty, expressing hope that the new development will usher in the dawn of a new era in Takum. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundali sends his report presented from our studio.
Kingship tussle of the stool of paramount ruler of Takum may be over following the presentation of staff of office to Barrister Sophia Amadou Boshi. Speaking at the event, Governor Kefas noted that in recognition of the need for inclusivity and fairness in providing good governance, made his administration to take a bold step in addressing the long-time issue of the throne. According to him, through wide consultation and careful deliberation, his administration has established 3 third-class thrones in Takum, each representing the ruling houses of the area, Banzo, Kuteb, and Chamber, as well as a rotational chief of Takum.
Recognizing the need for inclusivity and fairness in providing good governance, my administration has taken decisive steps to address this long-standing issue on the throne of Takum. Through careful deliberation and wide consultations, we have established 3 third-class chiefs in Takum, each representing the esteemed ruling houses of Takum Kwanzum, Takum Kuteb, and Takum Chamba. Additionally, a rotational first-class tool as Chief of Takum has been enshrined into law by the Taraba State House of Assembly.
The governor urged the people to embrace the principles of reconciliation, forgiveness, and inclusivity. While he celebrated the positive response of 2 of the ruling houses in Takum, the governor acknowledged the legal recourse pursued by one of the ruling houses. Dr. Kefas said his administration remains steadfast in its commitment to increase dialogue and further consultation, recognizing the importance of the rule of law in resolving disputes and ensuring a peaceful and sustainable transition of leadership. The governor then announced the launch of an endowment fund for the rebuilding of Takum and other areas affected by the crisis.
As we embark on this transformative journey, let us embrace the principles of reconciliation, forgiveness, and inclusivity. In tandem with our dedication to traditional leadership and rebuilding of Takum for posterity, I am delighted to announce the launch of an endowment fund for the development of Takum and other areas impacted by conflict in Taraba State.
The first-class chief of Takum, His Royal Highness Barrister Sophia Amadou Bushi, who responded on behalf of others, thanked the governor for the bold step in resolving the chieftaincy dispute of Takum and pledged to justify the confidence reposed in him.
You are all aware that it has taken almost 26 to 27 years now. There is no king in Takum, but he has done it this time. His Excellency, the effort you have taken to solve this chieftaincy issue in Takum, I will beg of you to take the same effort to resolve any other crisis in Taraba State as a whole. With this singular venture, I believe Taraba State is in for a progress.
The third-class chiefs, Sohun Takum, His Royal Highness Ephraim Bala, and the Ku Gababi Chiefdom, His Royal Highness Suleiman Umar Salihu, were also presented with the staff of the office. The State Chief Judge, Justice Philibus Joel Agia, administered the oath of office and that of allegiance to the royal fathers.
We'll move now to other parts of Africa. At least 4 people were rescued from the rubble of the collapsed building in the Matere neighborhood of Kenya's capital on Tuesday. 3 of them were critically injured, while 1 person sustained minor injuries. The Kenya Red Cross has said more people were likely to be trapped in the rubble. The building was undergoing demolition when it collapsed, according to the Red Cross. The building had been recently vacated and was ordered to be demolished as it was too close to a river, according to local authorities, and this was one of the buildings ordered to be vacated. 1 person died in a similar incident on the 1st of May when a 4-story building under construction collapsed in the Karia area, Kirinyaga County. Outside Africa, Israeli tanks pushed deeper into eastern Rafah on Tuesday, reaching some residential districts of the southern border city, where more than 1 million people had been sheltering and stoking fears of further civilian casualties. Israel's international allies and 8 groups have repeatedly warned against a ground incursion into refugee-packed Rafah, where Israel says 4 Hamas battalions are holed up. The World Court, also known as the International Court of Justice, ICJ, said it would hold hearings on Thursday and Friday to discuss a request by South Africa seeking new emergency measures over Rafah's incursion, which Qatar says has stalled efforts to reach a ceasefire. In business news, the federal government says payment for access into airports across the country is now compulsory for all. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, Festus Keyamo, stated these while briefing State House correspondents shortly after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Tuesday. The FEC meeting was adjourned on Monday, May 13, 2024 to Tuesday. According to the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, the Council could not take all the memos that were to be presented by members. Keyamo said no one should be exempted paying for access into the airports, including foreign guests. And finally, sports news. Tobia Moson will face off against Kendra Harrison in a highly anticipated women's 100-meter hurdles at the 2024 Adidas Atlanta City Games on Saturday, May 28. The 27-year-old Nigerian is set to return to the U.S. for the race, showcasing two swiftest women in the event's history following her remarkable performance of 12.40 seconds at the 2024 Jamaican Athletics Invitational in Kingston, Jamaica on Saturday. Amuson, the current world record holder with 12.12 seconds from her triumphant run in Eugene, Oregon in 2022, will contend against the former world record holder and the second fastest 100-meter hurdler ever at 12.20 seconds. Amuson is not slacking in her desire to secure Olympic gold in Paris to complement the world 100-meter hurdles title she achieved in Oregon 2 years ago. And as the news brief, for more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayo Mesali and happy to be back. Hello, ladies.
Welcome back.
Hello. I have missed you, ladies. So
Same here.
did I miss you? No, not sure.
You are lounging in the country of United States.
My darling.
Without us. It's okay. We forgive you because we love you. It's okay.
And you were allowing us to go through all the
I mean, the heat.
You know, the heat. Only
In
us.
fact, there were
Come to join us.
there were so many things that happened that I kept on. Everybody will be itching that I'm supposed to be talking about this. I said, you know what? You guys
So
will be
tell us
alright.
about airport transition when you got down from the plane and the
talk about
heat
the
wave.
No, funny enough, you must give it to, because I landed at the new
the new
international
airport.
airport.
Oh, okay.
A lot has changed.
Yeah,
A
absolutely.
lot has
Oh,
changed.
wow.
Because it's not as the former heat wave that just slaps you immediately.
And the
Yeah.
odor. So you ease into it.
The new international airport at,
Yes, it's actually
I mean, the Lagos International Airport, the new one is amazing.
Yeah.
And I think, again, the process is a lot more seamless, you know. It's a lot more seamless. It's just the immigration and custom people. Bring your bag here.
Nobody
Bring
shall
your
ask
bag.
you for money.
In fact, the day I was
Will that
traveling,
one ever change?
my dear, the day I was traveling, they actually had maybe like agents, like international observers at the airport, all around the airport that day. So they were observing their processes and all of that. That's the day they're not supposed to collect money. The lady was still using corner eye. But anything from me, I said, Auntie, are you not hearing? Because literally they were actually monitoring them, CCTV and all of that. Are you not afraid for your job?
We checked out. We had to pay, like, you know that kind of stuff when you get in and you need a trolley. And
you pay.
We didn't have any money. Like, someone actually had to pay with cookies, like snacks. Like,
Oh,
okay,
dear.
money no day. I'm telling you, life at the Eric, like, I mean, if you help us, he said it's a bring her. We get biscuits, you know, so we can pass. It's our bad. What is it?
I think as bread is to butter, that's our bribe. It's some of these airports.
This is really sad.
I'm not
though,
joking.
but
Ah,
anyway.
no way.
Yeah, but
I
ladies,
think
how have
it's
you
less
been?
in Abuja
Sanzi,
Airport.
how are you?
I
How was
am
your day?
very well. Happy to be on the same set with you in months. But yeah, I had a pretty good day. A few changes here and there, but I think ultimately I'm good.
How about you, Mercy? I've been watching you, by the way. Amazing job.
Thank you.
We are loving what we are seeing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so
How
I
have you
think
been? How
that
was your
today
day?
has been very restful, you know, pretty restful, and just a little bit of work here and there. But, you know, it's good to be here.
D has a lot of things she's owing me. Oh. Let's not wash our dirty nail in public. How are you? How is your day?
I'm tired.
I
I want to
know.
sleep.
I know, I can imagine. I can imagine. I mean, today is an interesting day because there's a video that's been going viral of that woman. It pained me, Sha.
Oh,
Because I
yeah.
mean, if you have invested in properties in Nigeria, especially Lagos, Nigeria, you would know, and Abuja. I mean, I hear that those are the most expensive places to buy
Yeah.
properties in. You will know that it's not an easy feat for you to buy a property, right? And so when you now buy a property, only 2 months down the line to hear that that property is being demolished, like, I don't even know how I'm going to sleep.
Painful.
Don't
Right,
even think about that.
For
yeah.
people who are not so strong, that could be a reason to go suicidal.
I'm telling you. So that's a conversation we want to have, and we're going to weave it around the topic. But first of all, here's what we found as today's quote. Injustice anywhere, right? Or injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This was a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. All right, so the fallout of the government-led demolitions on private residences in Nigeria is a pressing issue that warrants careful examination, and these demolitions often carried out under the guise of urban renewal or infrastructure development have far-reaching consequences for affected individuals and communities, from the loss of homes and livelihood to violations of property rights and displacements. Now, the impact is so profound and multifaceted. As you already know, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we are discussing the topic impact of government-led demolitions on Lagos residents. I mean, since this is where the heat of the demolition is happening. So let's focus on Lagos. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear your thoughts on this topic. But first, let's quickly run off on a break. When we come back from that break, we'll see what we found in today's news. Thanks for staying with us. Now, today's International Dylan Thomas Day is observed on May 14th every year to commemorate the life and the works of the renowned Welsh poet and writer Dylan Thomas. Now, it's a day to celebrate his literacy, legacy, and the profound impact his poetry and prose have had on literature and culture worldwide. Now, various events such as reading, performances, and exhibitions may take place to honor Thomas's contribution to inspire appreciation for his artistry among new generations. Now, hey, who knows this guy? Who is a literature fan here? Auntie, you studied English. Let me not just call you out on national television.
I know William Shakespeare. I don't know all his
I knew you were going to say William Shakespeare.
I read Hamlet. I did not read Othello. I read Merchant of Venice. I did not read. I read Romeo and Juliet. I did not read The Tempest.
We hear you.
How about you?
Oh,
How much do you know about him?
Interestingly, I really don't, or maybe it just doesn't readily come to mind, but that's very strange because I do love poems. I write, I read voraciously. So, but I don't know.
Yeah, so you forgive us, so Dylan Thomas.
Yeah,
forgive us. Because I did literature, but I'm more of a fiction, prose, biography, drama kind of person than I don't understand
poetry.
poem. I think it's just it tasks my mind a lot, and I would rather be thinking of something else.
I can imagine. All right, so thinking about something else, Sanzi, what did you find for us in today's news?
Right, so former PDP presidential candidate and Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, they are in closed-door meetings, according to the story from Punch paper, and they were in a closed-door meeting for about 20 minutes. And it wasn't just Atiku Abubakar; he also had a meeting with former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido and former Senate President Saraki. And we don't know the outcome of that, but there are high speculations that it is possible that they are maybe having talks of repeating history, which was 2019 when they teamed together in the PDP party with Abubakar as Atiku as president and Peter Obi being the vice president, his running mate. And so people are just wondering that maybe this is a coalition that they're working towards 2027. We don't know.
Like she's got a whole lot she wants to say.
Yeah. Mercy, what's your thoughts on
we
this?
don't know.
So interestingly, all right, on my drive to work this morning, I was listening to Kofi
Patel.
Yes, on Nigerian Info, and a lot of people were calling in that what's the point of this? First of all, would Atiku be willing to be vice presidential candidate? Because they are not going to vote. We cannot allow Peter Obi be a vice presidential candidate.
And Punch ran a poll on their page on Instagram, and a lot of people were saying the same thing on that Punch platform.
So so what's the point of this? And is this no medicine after death? Like literally, right? Atiku had like the golden opportunity, right, when he was going to select, but he was the one that actually pushed Peter Obi into being, the star that he is politically.
What sort of politics are we talking about? You see, I really don't understand the dynamics. We're supposed to have, opposition is supposed to be here every other time, and PDP had a chance of being an opposition, prior to 2023 elections. They had the chance. They had the chance to be an opposition. But, was PDP really an opposition? They had the opportunity. You remember, I'm looking for that word that was very common in our lexicon during the 2023 election. No, it's not. It's, it's about the third force. Oh, no, we talked about the third force. The third force.
Oh, yeah.
Where is the third force? All of the third force. And we were thinking that there was going to be a third force. Where is the third force, really? So you understand the dynamics that they had the opportunity. 4 years is not beans now. You know what it means to have a 4-year-old child. You had the opportunity in 2023 to make a statement. Peter Obi that we're talking about, was he not part of the PDP? Was he not there? So what happened? Why did
he was kicked out now? That was why he went to get
I'm just saying, but let's see how all of this pans out.
That's why I say that for me, I think it's medicine after death, right? Politics in Nigeria, I've come to realize that you take it with a pinch of salt before you go and give yourself hypertension. But Sanzi, you're going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say that I believe that Atiku and President Tinubu are guilty of the same thing, which is Emilokon. It is my turn. The only difference is that President Tinubu came out to say his own. It is my turn. But Abubakar, why do I keep calling him Abubakar? Atiku Abubakar. I think he's nursing his own, but like everything around what he's doing says, even 2023 when he wouldn't give Peter Obi the chance to run, it was sort of saying, it is my turn, Emiloko, just that he wasn't verbalizing it. So I think they're both guilty of the same thing.
And one would rather think that, you know, the enemy of your enemy, how do I say that stuff, is actually your friend. So we probably... We
so
anticipated
right now they have identified a common enemy.
Exactly.
Well, you know they say
pundits.
in politics, right?
Yeah.
You don't have permanent friends. You only have permanent
interests.
Exactly.
No, but we wanted a lot of Nigerians. I'm sure that's what a lot of people were looking forward to when we're talking about the Third Force, because you know the whole Third Force movement was really great, and we wanted to see a collaboration of political parties. Don't forget that, you know, the APC is what it is today, because it is not just the APC. It's, you know, coming together of different political parties
and
what
AD,
have you.
yeah.
So we were hoping to see a manifestation of the Third Force, and PDP should have known better. Honestly,
No, but you know
I'm not
why
actually
that
giving you guys.
won't work. It won't work because in
It would have
Nigeria,
worked.
no, in Nigeria, politics is not about ideology. It's about interest.
Absolutely.
I want, anyways, I think it will be a conversation for another day.
We should have made this a hot topic. Well, let me hear your thoughts quickly, Mercy.
On
your what's in the news?
Well, so it's a viral video that was posted on X. You know, X is very hot these days, and it's not for the weak. You have to be very strong to be on X. If not, so you will lose yourself entirely. But this one actually broke my heart because it's, like I said again, it's a viral video that made the rounds, and it showed men of the Nigerian army. If we can actually run that, if you have the video, we can just run that. Seeing they were crying seamlessly after losing one of their colleagues to a terrorist attack, and that actually broke my heart. For once, I felt like, you know, these guys are doing so much. I mean, they're putting their lives out there. The living condition is not even favorable, as much as every other time we keep, you know, criticizing and all of that. But it really almost brought me to tears, and I feel like I'm going to tear right now, so but I'm not going to tear. I wish we could get the audio of all of that. But then again, I think that, you know, these men are really doing a lot, and I think that it's important that the government pays attention, you know, to the welfare. You have to take care of the egg that lays the golden hen, and that's not the case for us. These guys are putting their lives, you know, risking it, you know, everything. And what is the welfare for them? How are they faring? How much are they earning? We have seen several videos and complaints of, you know, men of the Nigerian army. So, hey, this one is not to say, it's not to criticize, but this one is to say, hey, men of the Nigerian army, we see what you're doing, and we applaud you. We are only here saying we hope that the government can do better to support you.
Wow. Well said. Right, so let me come to you, Dee.
Okay, so this is EFCC indicts
Siriaka
you know, Siriaka, I mean, and a new 19 billion fraud, you know, and this was considering the fact that he was the former aviation minister, you know, and there's been an alleged, you know, allegation that when he was minister, you know, between himself and his brother and his daughter, you know, I mean, about 19.4 billion is missing, you know, or, I mean, there's a fraud in that amount. And the reason why I took the story is because, I mean, we keep seeing all these arrests, all these investigations and all. And the interesting, or the rather sad thing is we just don't know how it pans out, you know. So I think that going forward, it would just be nice to know that, okay, I mean, EFCC, I mean, it's good, exactly, it's good work, letting us know that, okay, you know, probably there's no day of peace for the wicked, if I may say that, you know, but, I mean, it can't just stop at just investigation. You can't just be calling this kind of figures, and then we don't even know how, you know, it ends.
The conclusion,
you know,
of
yeah,
those,
the conclusion
those
of it.
conversations.
So,
makes sense.
But you know what baffles me? Every day, and it's not like, I mean, we know Nigeria's economy is not in the best state right now, but this year is not the first time I'm hearing we don't have money in Nigeria, we are borrowing, we're this, and every single day I'm hearing 700 and something billion, 19 billion, 7.8 billion. Where is the money coming from?
Add something to what you just said? You know, how did we move from looting millions?
Millions.
No, like the loot is in trillions.
Yeah, it's in trillions.
It's like, and this is the same country that you say that you don't. There's no money.
Yeah.
So where's the money?
So how are they? Thank you. Where are they seeing this money to steal?
You see that Nigerian air. I want to hear the real.
I like how you said it.
I want to hear the kind of ojoro that happened with Nigeria Air.
Honestly.
Like it's
from the design of the
incredibly
logo.
The design of the logo.
I don't know.
So-
I don't know.
I want
Well,
to hear
let
the
me
real
give
story.
you a brighter story. Because
Okay.
I chose a brighter story.
Okay.
Even though I have issues around A Tribe Called Judah, and all those movies on Prime. See, Nigeria, they're not ready for my review. They will drag me like Tiger Generator. I'm telling you. Literally, my sister calls me up and says, "Oh, they put A Tribe Called Judah." Oh, yeah, finally. Because I told myself, never am I going to go to cinema to watch any Nigerian movie anymore. After I
But
got
you're not
burned.
patriotic now.
No, this is not patriotism. I just want to save my mental sanity.
This is feeding mediocrity.
So, but I think that, honestly speaking, when I let me leave that matter. So, correctional center, I saw those pictures and I said, "Wow, that's very thoughtful." So, the Nigerian correctional centers, they release new pictures of what the infrastructure is like. I say, "Hey, Father Lord, if let's say I want to go jail right now," because this is far from what we already like. Far from what we know when it comes
is that
to
swimming pool?
Yes, so I'm telling you, it's like a hotel now.
Are you sure? Wait. Is this for house arrest people?
No.
Where is
They're-
this?
they're prison.
Like
Is
a
Yes.
Where's the address?
Wait, may I check for the address? I don't-
Is the prison back? Is it like for Bobrisky?
No. This is for people on house. And
This is not hotel.
No, this is not.
It's not a hotel.
Did you fact check this story?
Auntie, it's
You mean this is a prison house?
No. Are you sure we're not going to go
no,
to
no,
prison?
no. Wait, so
Please,
sorry.
the
This,
walls, how
so this
solid
is in
are the walls?
Abuja, right? Hold on.
Okay.
So according to the Nigerian the service, the
It's a
Nigerian
restaurant.
Correctional Service Staff Cooperative Society acquired a 160 unit property and a hotel located around I think their mate city behind Akko in what's it called, Abuja. The hotel was on or was officially unveiled March 1st, 2020 by the former minister. It has 2 rooms and it began its test operation in August. So it is apparently not a new story, but it's been there. And I was wondering that prison girl hotel.
No.
So
Okay,
in case I
hotel,
want
as
to
in,
go,
if you get out of the prison, you
yes.
will check
like
in
that
there.
vibe.
I
lodging.
understand.
If I want to go
No,
and
no,
visit
no,
my
Okay, that's why you will lodge.
yes. No, but I just thought it was nice for us to see a government, but it's not a prison. It's actually the correctional facility hotel.
Because the amount of like
Because I was about to go to jail.
because given the living condition in Nigeria,
We will all go to
everybody will
prison.
go to
What is
prison.
that?
Because as it is, if I can't live under the bridge.
And there's
Like,
lights
I go
there.
to prison.
And food?
You give me
So what
so-
are they correcting people for again? I need to think about it.
On that note, let's take a break. When we come back from that break, let's discuss demolitions in Lagos. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us now. As the Nigerian government continues its efforts towards urban renewal and infrastructure development, a dark shadow looms over countless individuals and families who find themselves at the mercy of government-led demolitions. Tonight, we want to delve into the fallout of these actions, exploring the human stories, legal complexities, and broader implications for society. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. We'll open our phone lines shortly, so in case you want to kind of like put your 2 cents into the conversation, we are happy to hear what you would have to say. Now, before we go into this conversation, right, I don't know if everyone has seen, but that video has gone really viral of the lady that was crying. You know, it was such a painful thing to watch, you know, but if you've not seen the video, here it is.
We bought that property in February. In February. And we've only been here for 2 months. For 2 months. 2 months. All the hard work, all the sleepless nights, everything. If you're in Lagos, you know how much properties in Etios are cost. You know how much properties in Etios are cost. Each time my son see me crying, he will always ask me why I'm crying. Mommy, you've been crying.
Okay, so what do you think?
I mean, for me, it's I want to explore the mental health part of this, you know, considering the fact that it's also even Mental Health Month. It's impossible to even, I mean, there are different sides to this, but again, there is so much. One of the first things, one of the most financially consuming expense you can take on is a property, right? Where you live and all that. It's a need. It's not. It's not a want. It's a need.
It's a necessity.
Exactly, it's a necessity.
Shelter.
So for you to, you know, put together money, take your time, invest, you know, and think, okay, you know what, I have sorted this part of my expense, you know, this recurring charge. I have taken the time to delay gratification, you know, and whatnot, you know, to ensure that I have this taken care of. And then you wake up and, you know, it's just gone. This is so traumatic because, I mean, where do you want to start from? You probably, everything you have, and that's what happens to most people who literally save up to buy a home in Nigeria. You realize that some of them would have probably even taken a loan, or, you know, they would say, okay, you know, well, let's forgo this so that we can get this and all that. So I'm looking at her and she's talking about having kids and, you know, and I'm just imagining, okay, so where do they even want to go from there? How do you sleep? How do you, some people can just from just thinking about this develop stroke, develop anything, you know, slump, and that's how you hear some people just slept and they just didn't wake up, you know.
Okay, let me come to you, Mercy. Quickly, your thoughts on this, your initial thoughts on this, then I'll come to you, Sanzi.
Well, so I think that, you know, there are property rights, there are laws that actually protect, you know, citizens and individuals from seizure of properties and all of that. But of recent times, we've seen that, you know, even government demolitions have led to infringement upon the rights of the people, especially when it does not follow
Do you
due process.
believe that what is currently going on with the demolitions in Lagos, that do you believe that these are infringement of their rights for the people?
You know, so it's a two-way thing. It's very dicey. First of all, I mean, we've had this conversation prior to this time, and we said that if government's business is the issue of governance, therefore it means that government is here to provide, you know, ease, peace. We don't want chaos. Now, it looks like it's chaotic because how do people wake up and start erecting property? Where was government? The essence of government is to provide law and order. And that's what we're saying. So if you now wake up and you say that, you know, there are a lot of illegal structures everywhere, people are just building. After someone bought a property, they're built and all of that, you're asking yourself, where's government? To regulate, because that's the reason why government exists. Please, we need to get back to the basis. And I don't even know even those who occupy government offices, whether they are governors, the House of Assembly members, those who are running for president, if they understand the real reason why, you know, citizens come together. The history started from the fact that, you know, there's a law of contract. You come together. The essence is to ensure that you make life easy for the people. Because if you allow human beings to be the way without law, there's going to be chaos. And that's why government is there, to regulate behavior, regulate action, to say, no, you can't buy a property here. You can't erect here. You can't do this. So when people begin to act contrary to the law, then what's going on?
So let me come to you, Sanzi. Do you believe that this is government infringing on the rights of the people? Do you think that and how do you assess the situation? Do you think it's in government right to do what it is that they're doing, especially Lagos State government, currently demolishing some of these houses?
Well, government, truth be told, government has a certain right to lands. I think you have a right to it for 90 days or thereabouts.
90 years.
99
years, rather.
99 years, thank you. But this one is not because they want to. Let's say the coastal road, most people or most officials would say, oh, the government has need for it and so they can take it back. But in this particular case, like Mercy raised the question, where were you when all these houses and apartments were being constructed? It's not like they were imported and so it wasn't here before and then tomorrow, voila, it's there. You watched these houses, these apartments from foundation to the first few blocks, to lintel, to the decking, to the whole building process. You didn't say anything. So your Minister of Land and whatnot, what were they doing? It is their job to go around and survey these places. So I don't exactly trust Nigerian judicial system to carry out justice. But in this case, I do believe that they have certain rights to sue the government, because it is as though, okay, you need this land and whatnot. The way you are, like, I was reading a story on somebody's testimony on, I think it was Humangle or something, and they were saying that some of them, they had to disperse them with tear gas so that the tractor can go on and have their way. I'm sorry, it's bad enough you're breaking down my property and you have to add violence on top of it, use tear gas. Did I come at you with a gun? You get, so there are some things that it looks almost inhuman to me, given also the fact that most of them got as short as 1 week notice. How do you put your life together in one? Some say they got as much as 90 days. Others, like the lady said, in what, 7 days or what was it? The house, the whole apartment is gone. How do you even, when someone gives you a news like that, you need at least weeks to even settle down. Like, what am I going to do with my life? Before even thinking of where to move your properties to.
So let's juxtapose what is going on here in Nigeria with other parts of the world. Because I remember I saw one video. When this story came, I said, you know what, let me try to pull out that video or the picture of a Chinese farmer. He was a duck farmer, right, in China. And they were going to, of course, urbanization you're offering, right, you're not giving me enough compensation for my property. So if every other person has accepted to relocate based on your terms, I am not going to relocate based on your terms. So I will remain where I am. So the government was forced to build the highway around his property. I hear that recently, though, they finally come to an agreement where he then accepted certain kinds of money. But you see, this clearly shows for me that it is always possible for a government to kind of like reach an agreement with some of these people. I remember sitting back when I was away and just watching some of the live videos that Landmark did. So for me, it's a lot of mixed feelings, right? I'm a business owner. I'm a small business owner. I'm a growing business. And I understand, first of all, that the business terrain in Nigeria for small businesses is not particularly a friendly one. I mean, Uti always says that it's like doing extreme sports when it comes to running a small business. I mean, Diola and I were trying to put together some documents, and we understand that, I mean, if we truly want to grow this economy, you're not going to grow the economy with all your big companies, your you know, all those big, no, the drivers of any economy are the small businesses.
That is true.
It is your SMEs that will drive the economy. So if you start to, I mean, there is absolutely nothing that cannot be dialogued, right? So no matter what the situation is, I feel, right, there can be a sit down with the government to say, you know what, this has happened. This is because you too, as a government, like Mercy rightly said, you turned a blind eye. When I was building it, you turned a blind eye, right? So now that you have turned a blind eye and this is where we are, what is the way forward that will end up being a win-win situation? Absolutely. Do you understand? Because I always feel like there's a win-win situation. Now, this guy in China, he has lived in the highway for a very long time. You don't hear noise of car horn. The guy don't tell us, oh, yeah, I'm gonna come. Let us make. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know,
but you must get to that point where you don't feel like you can just come and say, you put a big hammer and say, this is what I'm doing. So because that's where a lot of people are having a struggle to not, so they are having a struggle to say, you know what, are you sure this is actually an urbanization plan, or you're just trying to witch hunt people based off of the back of the events of the 2023 general election, because people have brought up all sorts of conspiracy theory around some of these demolitions. I mean, again, with the demography of the people that their houses are being demolished and all,